Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados serán los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. You got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loon? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they try to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown but my flow too black. Come on, you're kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando mexicanos on the mat. No estoy jugando, got bars like I battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Mexica. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life in cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicans, Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse it to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man? Damn again, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Milicia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
When I think of all the years I struggled without complaining, like when I came here walking all the way from Michoacan, and what your mother went through to bring you back when you were a baby, so you grew up to be a man with respect. Don't you have any pride? ¿Tienes conciencia? ¿No tienes dignidad? Fuck la dignidad! Fuck it, and fuck your struggle. You think anybody cares about it here? Huh? Not la dignidad. And it don't matter how you get it, as long as you get it. I wanna be like no Mexican? You think for 1 minute I wanna spend all fucking day pulling up weeds and mowing lawns? You got another thing coming, a la chingada con eso.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Ah, good. Thank you, bro. I'm glad I was not saying anything. I'm glad I was not saying anything. Thank you very much. What a coincidence that it didn't work. Now the sound should be good now. Please let me know. We should be fine. Yep, I think we should be fine. All right, now we're not going to start with this here, but I will tell you that it's funny that a lot of the, thank you, brother. A lot of the native onlys, I'm going to say that, right? They believe in science to prove their 30,000 or 60,000 year theory, which relates to this kind of science. They disregard this stuff, though. Now, but again, this is not the point. You know, this is the point. Because this story or history relates to all of you, relates to me, relates to every single one of us that's here today watching this. And again, the great migration is not the topic. This is the topic. Negroid psychopaths came to America. Damn right they did. Look, man, this is the way it goes. If the shoe fits, fucking put it on. Okay? Because obviously, you'd be stupid to think that I'm saying everyone was like that. Just like we assume every white person was a conquistador. You know what I mean? Or every Hispanic is native or indigenous. Fuck no. Get out of here with that. But this is one reason, and you're going to have to face this, native onlys. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to face this, native onlys. You know what I mean? You can't get out of here. You can't get away from this. Somehow, some way, we got here. Wait, what? See, you're just upset or afraid that if you believe in this, then they're gonna say that you weren't the original people of this land. Like, it's stupid to think that. You know damn well the way it works, man. You know what I'm saying? We have nothing to run from. It's very simple to debunk this bullshit. Okay? Very simple to debunk this bullshit. So, you know, we've all seen this, right? We've all seen this. The Unexpected Faces in America, 1500 BC AD. A lot of people like to talk about this book, but very few have this fucking book. Okay, so I'm one of the few, yes, that has this book, and I have the exactly like this cover page. Okay, and I've been through the book, and it's really not saying a lot. It's just a bunch of fucking pictures, man. But this is why we're here to debunk this bullshit. Because it has to be debunked. Okay, first of all, let's look at this definition, man. You know, because all of these invaders that came in 1492, regardless of what fucking color they were, they, for the most part, the ones that contributed to the horrific murders of our people were, and the kids will be psychopaths. Now, what does psychopath mean? That's our individuals with a mental disorder, okay? Characterized by the lack of empathy and remorse. And I'm going to show you how that relates to the topic. They often exhibit traits such as charm, manipulation, and a tendency to view themselves as the victims. Let me know this for their problems. It's kind of weird. Psychopaths are considered social predators, leaving a trail of emotional, and well, you know, it goes into like today's society, right? But y'all know what a psychopath is. It's like those CEOs that make decisions based on money, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what a psychopath is. What is the difference between a psycho and a social? Psychopathy is a term for someone who lacks empathy and remorse and violates the rights of others. So let's tackle this stuff here real quick. I'm gonna give you introduce you to a series of books, and this one's going to make sense when you finally see it. Okay, so I've shared this book to you many times. I've just never actually shared with you the cover often. I would say it, I would mention it, but I wouldn't necessarily show you the cover, okay? Now, this is the African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross. So you wonder, why do I give a fuck about their heritage? Well, you know why? Because you know how it is, family. You can't defeat ego. That ego is powerful. And when that ego wants to express itself, it's going to express. Oh, no, I meant expose itself. You get what I'm saying? For those of you that don't know who this gentleman is, Henry Louis Gates, for credibility purposes, let me remind you of who he is, okay? And then this is a video that I was preferring to show you ahead of time, but I think it makes perfect sense to share it now. Give me a moment here real quick.
Most of us think that the first...
This is who we're going to read from, okay? You know who that guy is. There's no confusion. Now, we're going to touch on this topic, by the way. And I hope the BHIs try to fucking show up and shit and see if they can defend this. This is indefensible or undefensible. However, I don't know what the right way to say it. Please, somebody look it up and post it and say, this is the proper way to do it. Or say it. This is who we're going to read about.
Most of us think that the first Africans to arrive in what is now the United States were slaves. But it turns out that that's not true. The first African to set foot on what would become United States soil was a free black man named Juan Garrido, a conquistador, the Spanish name for a conqueror. Garrido was born around 1480 in West Africa. As a young man, he traveled to Lisbon, Portugal, then to Sevilla, Spain. When he converted to the Roman Catholic Church, he took a new name, Juan Garrido, meaning handsome John.
He winds up sailing with the Spanish as a free person, as a conquistador, and spends 3 decades in service to the Spanish crown.
In 1513, Garrido participated in Ponce de Leon's famed expedition in Florida in search of the Fountain of Youth. This is the first record of a black person setting foot in what is now the United States.
What does that mean? It means that there was this space people of African descent could occupy that wasn't exclusively being a person of bondage.
Garrido settled in Mexico, where he spent his final years working at a gold mining operation. And while he was a free man, he profited from local slave labor. Garrido died in 1550.
Wait, hold on. Don't just eloquently walk over that. Because this is the topic here. You see, while we're getting a lot of these people claiming that they're the original people of the land, excluding this history. Oh, they don't ever want to talk about this shit. That's for sure. Not the slave part. Not so bluntly, Ak. So here it says Garrido made money by owning slaves.
Gold mining operation. Garrido settled in Mexico, where he spent his final years working at a gold mining operation. And while he was a free man, he profited from local slave labor.
Dancing around. Oh. All right, family, be on the lookout because this shit is muting me. Like, no, it's not muting me. It's switching my mix. All right, be on the lookout in case it goes like no sound and shit. But here we see how this man was the, I guess, first one to profit from slavery. I think we could sincerely, like, kick Deuteronomy 28 out the door. Anyways, so this is who we're listening to. Okay, let's go.
Garrido died in 1550, almost 70 years before the first enslaved Africans arrived in Jamestown.
All right, so check this out. Why is that important? We'll bring this back. Oh, shoot. Oh, my God. This is crazy, dog. Can I move this, please? Thank you. Thank you. Some business contacts that I record. Thank you very much. Now you're up in my business. All right. Anyhow, so let me show you this right here. You see that? The African Americans, many rivers to cross. Okay. He wrote this book. I've shared this book many times to you, but I wasn't focusing on all the other pages. So I finally got it. I've had it in pending to order for a long time. I was going to order it online, but I just didn't really think the PDF was beneficial. Eventually, I just did it. Now it's here. And this was the pages that were missing from the PDF file that gives you access to it. So it gives you like this page and the next page, but it excludes the other ones. So let's listen to this. Africans in the Americas between 1500 and 1540, right? For generations, we understood that the history of the New World exploration and colonization primarily as a set of experiences of conquest and progress, more often than not with the most dire consequences for the primitive native populations, listen to this, that the first Europeans, explorers, and settlers encountered and justifiably conquered or absorbed. All right? And the standard story continued. These ostensibly one-sided encounters, inevitable acts of human progress and elevation, laid the foundation of the creation of modern Western world, the great civilization to which we in the West are heirs. Okay, so now check this out. I want you to pay attention to what he says here. Okay. It says, how can one measure all that was lost in the systematic destruction and dislocation of the civilizations of the peoples whom we know today as Native Americans? He continues, how can one fully take the toll in human suffering and the irrecoverable losses to the world's civilization resulting from the 4 centuries of obliteration of the Native American peoples, beginning with the conquest of the Taínos on the islands of Hispaniola, and the Arawak and the Caribs of the Greater and Lesser Antilles, beginning in the late 15th and early 16th century, extending to the domination and subjection of the Great Inca and Aztec civilization in the 16th century. Man, come on, bro. In the 16th century, hold on a second. Yes. In the 16th century, and culminating in the dreadful trial of tears in the decade of 1830s. You see, so it's given us a 1492 date, unnamed, but suggested or insinuated, to 1830. 1830. You see this? So between all of this chaos, this man is given complete respect to the fact that it only happened primarily to our people. For once, there's no mention of white or black or Asian or Arab, nothing. Because this man understands that they had a lot to do with this subjugation. Now, if the white man and the black man today, and the white woman and the black and the white woman and the black woman today don't want to accept that ain't my fucking fault. These are facts. You both are conquerors. You're from that root. A good portion of you. I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, none of us can tell now. But don't sit here and say that it was only the gringos anymore. Fuck no. Because when you read about the psychopathy of these people, of what they did to our gente, you all of a sudden now you're gonna give a fuck. Now before, you know, when it was like, oh, the gringo did this and the gringo did that and the gringo brought this, it was all good. And as soon as we're like, wait a minute, hold on a second, it wasn't just them. Oh, I mean, I don't know, bro. You know what, man? Shit, the same shit happened to your people. Nothing changed. You know what I mean? There were just other hands involved. Now it doesn't matter. No, that means you're fucking whack. Not even God can change the past, it says. And while we certainly cannot change what has already happened, we as scholars, however, are duty bound to preserve the past by recording in it all of its complexity. Part of this process is restoring to the historical records the actions and words of human beings who collectively made the past. Right? Restoring the role that the persons of African descent had played in the creation of the saga of the Western civilization has been the motivation for our creation of the African American documentary series and writing of this book. Okay? You see this? So now it says that the repopulating of the Western Hemisphere through a series of voluntary and involuntary migration over the past 500 years was never a one-sided process. We know people here were involved as well. It may come it may come as a surprise to many Americans to learn that African people, for the people in the back, in case you can't see it, it may come as a surprise to many Americans to learn that African people played an essential part in this process from the very beginning. Do you understand that? The conquering of 1492 was not only by the hands of the white dude. It brought a Moreno too. Alonso Prieto, what a coincidence. According to one source, Alonso Prieto, which means dark, the pilot of Columbus ship, the Niña, in 1492, was a mulatto, a person of mixed black and white ancestry. And in 1502, the great Italian explorer was accompanied by a black cabin boy named Diego. So let me bring this up real quick, because again, this is the only channel that I don't have to push back. I just bring facts and I debunk your shit. And then I can use Bible and go through it and thoroughly demolish you with your nonsense. So it says here on Deuteronomy 28, my friends. It says here on Deuteronomy 28, verse 36, mind you, let's go there real quick. It says, the Lord shall bring thee and thy kings which thou shalt set over thee. I mean, that's very disputable, but that's not the point. Unto a nation which neither thou, hold on, let me simplify it for you. Verse 36. It says that the Lord will take you and your kings away to your foreign land, where neither you nor your ancestors ever lived before. There you will serve gods made of wood and stone. Now, it sounds to me like the people that enslaved you, you did not know. How is this possible? But anyway, let's continue. The year after Columbus returned from his final voyage to the Americas in 1504, groups of Africans began arriving in the Caribbean, and several Africans that arrived in 1502 brought to Hispaniola, the island composed of the modern Haiti and Dominican Republic, by the Spanish governors of the island. In 1508, Ponce de Leon, usually remembered for his exploration of Florida in search of the legendary king of Ethiopia, Preston John, that was the fable at that time, and his fabled fountain of youth, took armed black men with him to conquer Puerto Rico. Diego Velázquez from 1511 to 1512. I ain't saying it. History is saying it. Explain this shit. How in the world can you be the Israelites? Dude, this is crazy, huh? Now, the funny thing is, family, I wish I would have ordered this book a long time ago, because I was already looking into it in the PDF files, but they were limited. I always knew that it was going to be powerful. What I love about it is it's new, clean, and I'm going to take care of it because there's a lot of information in here. In fact, and you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with that it says the African American, what is it called? What's the book again? Hold on, shit. Where you at? Hold on, family. The African American. The fact that he is a historian and he's writing facts. That's what matters. It says, in fact, Velázquez advised his King Ferdinand that many black slaves had assisted him in his conquer of the islands. Are you going to say this is hate? No, wait, hold on a second. Hey, yo, BHI, you 12 chart believers, what do you say to this shit? Oh, well, yeah, the Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom, you know what I mean? That's what the Bible says. We've been enslaving each other. What are you talking about, bro? You guys say this would be the last time you'd be enslaving, like we'd be enslaved, and it would be enslaved together, not enslave each other. This debunks all that BHI funk. Ultimately, by 1867, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, approximately 12.5 million Africans had been sold into New World slavery. Watch this, though. Of the 11 million or so Africans who survived the Middle Passage, about 388,000 were shipped directly to what became the United States. So now think about this for a moment, fam. Think about this for a moment. FBA says they built America. FBA says they built America. What the fuck you mean with 388,000? And a good portion of them were slave owners. Make that make sense. Hold on a second.
That's gonna hurt!
It says only about 388,000 were shipped directly to what became the United States. The African slave trade to the New World, the largest forced migration in human history, shaped the course of colonization and spawned unique Afro-European society. You see this? Unique Afro-European societies and cultures stretching from North America to Tierra de el Fuego. Now, here's is this why miscegenation was such a fucking important law to pass? Was it why? Is that why? Without the African presence, the history of the hemisphere and of the rest of the modern world would have been vastly different. That is very fucking true. First of all, we wouldn't have died of smallpox, that's for sure. And there's no way that these guys would have won. Now check this out. Now you're gonna remember you're gonna remember this page, and you're gonna now connect the book with the page. If not all of the first explorers and conquerors of New Spain were Europeans, it is equally important and surprising to many of us to note that not all of the first Africans who assisted the Spanish and Portuguese came as slaves. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadores, basically black conquistadors, black psychopaths, you know what I mean? People that use dogs against our gente, like literally, bro. Like you need to think about what exactly that fucking word means. A lot of you guys are all of a sudden like now it's not like now it don't matter now. Do you understand that? We didn't know these people. Just like we didn't know the gringos. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors born in Africa or on the Iberian Peninsula, meaning that black and white folks, y'all have been having relationships with each other for quite some time. Like, you guys are not new to each other. And that whole Bible bullshit from BHI, we didn't know the white man. All of a sudden they enslaved us. Shut the fuck up. Y'all know each other forever. Also accompanied Spanish conquistadors such as Hernán Cortés and Ponce de León, two of the famed explorers of the vast region that would become modern Mexico and the western and southern regions of the United States. And as we might expect, their exploits were just as heroic and just as problematic, I guess you could say, now that we're fucking questioning the fact that, you know, your fucking history about reparations is total bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that's where we're at now.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
How can you fucking justify that stupidity then at this point? And how can you continue to keep blaming the white man for the bullshit? I mean, if anybody's been fucking suffering, it's been our gente, and we haven't even complained. But far more Africans came with the Spanish and the Portuguese as slaves, servants, with varying degrees of freedom, attendants, and armed adventurers. Now, you guys know this page. I've shared it with you guys many times, but now you know where it comes from. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. So this bullshit idea, white man, that you supposedly fucking conquered the whole of our lands on your own with your own bare white cracker barrel hands, you need to flush that shit down the toilet, right? You need to stop really believing in people like Nicky Tricky Fuentes, some fucking white Mexican wannabe dude with an Irish family line who in secret is totally gay. Well, they don't think that he don't think he's gay. He thinks that having friendships with dudes, like on a very personal level, is not gay. And I have a video to prove it. You see, this is why people like that, bro, you just can expose their weakness. And a lot of times, bro, it falls in the fucking lack of or thereof of sexuality, man. It's fucking nuts. You guys are nuts, nasty, disgusting people. This is just a European trait. I don't know what the hell it is. However, this goes to show that Nicky Chicky Fuentes and his little groypers and all that right-winging bullshit, y'all are fucking stupid. You guys are weak-ass people. You don't even know your own fucking history. You had black folks that helped your asses. You should be thanking them. Not that I'm happy about that shit, but these are the fucking facts. Look, you got people that left this channel because they don't even want to hear me, bro. Because they're too afraid of the facts. You want to keep voting, huh? You still want that? Oh, we're one people. Shut the hell up, man. Fuck that shit. It's just total fucking bullshit now, bro. These black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. FBA, fuck you too. And I say that to y'all specifically because you talk so much shit about my gente. And you don't even fucking never say nothing about this. Oh, you're going to be like, what's the dude's gorilla, the wannabe, the white gorilla, the fucking pegger? Just one conquistador? Just one conquistador? Well, I think I have the video. Hold on a second. Is this it? No, hold on. Let me look for it like this. I think I could find it like this. Maybe this way. No, I don't have it. It doesn't matter. You guys heard it. Now it says here, these hold on, let me go back. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africanos, Africans, FBA, BHI, FOPI, Waboism, all of you, every single one of your bloodline connected to this, you are part of this branch. This is your seed. These are your brethren. Africans helped hold a pennant. So the first conquistadors were technically, whenever Moreno wants to tell you a conquistador, bro, you should put that right back to their fucking face and be like, bro, you're the one that fits that category much more proper than I am. If you really found out about your own history, y'all are like the Negro conquistadors. They participated in the exploration of the lands that would become modern Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, and Chile, as well as Florida, or Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Men such as Juan Garrido, oh, we're going to hear about him. Esteban, we're going to hear about him. Rodriguez, John Rodriguez. Gaspar Janga, like Django. Juan Bardeles, Juan Garcia, Juan Beltran, puros Juanitos, no? Like John. Are just a few of the better known people of the African descent who helped transform the Western Hemisphere. I've never lied to y'all in this channel. I brought information out not because of hate, family, just because of because of research. And the fact that it bothered me that motherfuckers been lying to you. I mean, they haven't been lying to me anymore because I'm finding this out, but they've been lying to you guys. What has society put in our face forever? Who, when you talk about slavery, do they mention? They don't mention no native, no indigenous. Fuck no, bro. Not at all. They call you Mongols and shit. They bring up FPA people. You know what I mean? They never have ever talked about anything like this about our gente. Oh, they give you Wakanda. Part 2, I think. Shut the fuck up now. But they don't do this as much no more. Maybe because people are finding out. They used to like show slavery movies every fucking year. Every fucking year. Hardly ever did. As a matter of fact, they never mentioned you throughout this expedition. Funny that they never mentioned this in their movies. That they were the actual the invaders. Black conquistadors, like Restall calls them. African identity and slave resistance in the Portuguese Atlantic. This is why I like this book, because it's very well referenced, well sourced. As I looked through it, so I'm happy to have it because it's giving me much more ammunition, artillery, or just books. Because I enjoy reading. Like I seriously, family, when I got downtime or anytime I just read. I just like to read now. I was never like this before. Then it says, perhaps one of the best known and most colorful of the free black. Hold on a second. Perhaps one of the best known and most colorful of the free black conquistadors was Juan Garrido. Born about 1480 in West Africa. Garrido either was sold to the Portuguese slave traders or somehow traveled on his own to Lisbon. Now, I think we may be able to find another page that I have here, which also says that he was actually the king out of Africa. You know what I mean? And he just kind of went on his own to like make it, kind of like coming to America. Oh, I want to conquer myself. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. What? Let's see. You blacks lurking. I know you all be talking about our people in those PHM lodges and fraternity houses. That's why you say it's us. You're projecting. Post the book in the link. What do you mean? Oh, it's this one, dude. Watch. It's the African Americans. Many rivers to cross. Well sourced. This is the one this is the page that I showed you guys all the time. But this is the actual source. Right? Matter of fact, let's finish the page. And it says, let's see. Okay, all right. So in about 1495, whatever. In a 1538 expedition to the Spanish crown asking for financial support for the services of loyalty, Garrido described himself as a free black resident in Mexico City who for the last 30 years or more had volunteered his services to Spain and was present at all the invasions. Listen to this. And was present at all the invasions and conquests and pacifications which were carried out, all of which I did at my own expense. Now, mind you, okay, remember he says pacification, right? Right? Pacification. You think, no big deal. Okay. I want you to listen to this. And you tell me if it's a big deal.
In recent years and even decades, too many people have forgotten that truth. They've forgotten that our ancestors trounced an empire, tamed a continent, and triumphed over the worst evils in history. In every generation, In recent years and even decades, too many people have forgotten that truth. They've forgotten that our ancestors trounced an empire, tamed a continent, and triumphed.
See that? So when someone like that says that to you, you would get offended. You would get offended, Raza. I know you would. But then, how come you don't get offended by this? I was present at all the invasions and conquest, not just one, several, and pacifications. You mean like tamed you like a fucking animal? They pacified you like a fucking dog. Puto, you ain't shit. Were carried out, all of which I did on my own expense. Garrido, along with many other free and enslaved blacks, had, in fact, participated in some of the famed expeditions by Spain against Native American populations. For example, in 1508, he and other free black man, Juan Gonzalez, joined Ponce de Leon expedition against Puerto Rico. A third black man, a mixed-race conquistador named Francisco Mejias, played a key role in establishing the island's first ranches, and his untimely death at the hands of the Carib Indians. God damn. Yeah. Should have waited for me, bro. Mejias possessed more than 2,000 pesos in gold. How do you think he owned that? He owned that shit. Now, hold on a second. If he was a gringo, you would not have a problem to be saying, what the fuck, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? He's not a gringo. This is a black man right here. So-called, like, you know, African Americans call themselves, right? That that's how you want to. That's what you want to say. You're trying to spread these things to other places, and I can tell. So I'm gonna start calling you that. Immediately after his Puerto Rican adventure, after his Puerto Rican, fuck man, shit, this, just the way it's even said, sheesh. There you go. That's it. That's a good. There you go. Thank you, bro. Immediately after his Puerto Rican adventure, Puerto Rico, it's fucked up. Garrido engaged in gold mining and secured several black slaves to assist him. See, he even enslaved people that looked like him. With native population decimated by European-induced disease. No, retract that. And I know that he does not want to add, he don't want to say shit to it, but we're going to include, and we're going to find out who brought this disease. It was actually African-induced disease. Europeans brought Frenchpox. Smallpox decimated us, and that was an endemic disease that came from predominantly Sierra Leone, that region, and was brought by African folks here. Those are facts. Get over your feelings. Labor shortages, plagues, Spanish efforts to mine, farm, and establish sugar plantations. With a keen eye to the main chance, Garrido joined Spaniards. Listen to this. You got people that come to the channel that try to say that you're a Spaniard. You're a Spaniard. Can't prove it. Anyways, Garrido joined Spaniards who raided the Caribbean islands of Guadalupe, Dominica, and Santa Cruz in search of Carib slaves. Native Americans with a reputation of fierceness and cannibalism, supposedly. In 1513 and again in 1521, Garrido rejoined Ponce de Leon as he explored and claimed the islands of Bimini and all of Florida of Spain, for Spain, thereby becoming the first known African to set foot on what was become the United States. Because we know his name and the date of his landing in Florida. In a sense, we can say that Juan Garrido was the first African American. And it is somehow fitting and a bit ironic that this book is being published in the 500th anniversary of the year of Garrido's arrival in what is now the continental United States. 1992. 1992. Later, Garrido made his way to Cuba, where he joined forces with Hernán Cortés to take part, along with other free African slaves, in the 1519 invasion of Mexico and the subjugation of the Aztec Empire. In a few extraordinary examples, images of Garrido survive, showing him next to Cortés or holding the reins of the Spaniards' horses. In one image published in 1581, Garrido stands in the military bearings, shouldering a pike, guarding Cortés as he encountered Aztec missionaries. So here we see this. That's him. See those dark-skinned people? This is darker skin. He's lighter skin. Later, Garrido made his way to Cuba, where he joined forces with, we read that. Let's see, the pike, guarding contest to the Aztec missionaries. This is the last page here. Older historical accounts interpreted these images as proof that Garrido was a slave, but in fact was free. Matter of fact, take a picture of it. This is the last page. Hold on, my bad. This one. No, not that one. That one. Is this one? Yeah. Now we're going to see also a name real quick before I forget. In April 1528, 5 vessels under the command of Narvaez, the designated governor of uncolonized regions of Florida, left Havana, Cuba, and arrived in the regions of Tampa Bay the next month. Narvaez divided his force sending about 100 or more up the coast while he kept 300 others in march. Okay, so we understand that this is another guy that came here. Okay? So, I think we're seeing that now, right? All right, watch this. I think I have the video. Give me a second, family. I thought I had the link for the video. Where are you at? Hold on. May have to look for it. Give me a second. Give me a moment, family. Just bear with me real quick. Thought I had the link of my video and I don't. No, it's not it. Is it? Damn it, man. That sucks. I think this is it. Hold on.
Ciudad de México.
Yeah. Watch this real quick. I'm going to play it a little bit. I wanted to just kind of get an idea of what occurred, who was involved. It's called Juan Garrido, el Conquistador Africano. Una vida de aventuras, all right? Just real quick, about maybe 2-3 minutes, all right? And I'm going to skip some things. Let's go.
Año 1538. Un hombre mayor, de rostro curtido y manos endurecidas por el trabajo, se sienta a dictar una carta. Va dirigida al rey. No exige honores, no pide riquezas, solo recuerda. Dice haber servido en muchas partes y guerras de esta Nueva España, y en cada línea defiende lo que fue. Soldado, sembrador.
Translate it. Let me translate it for you that are ignoramus to our language.
De trigo, cristiano viejo, hombre libre y africano. Ese hombre se llamaba Juan Garrido, y nadie como él representa la complejidad real del mundo hispánico del siglo XVI. Vivió en 3 continentes, luchó bajo 3 gobernadores, sobrevivió a batallas, a selvas, a viajes sin mapa, y dejó su marca en el suelo y en la historia. Pero no salió en los libros. No tiene estatuas. Nadie lo menciona cuando se habla de Cortés, de la conquista, de la América española. Y sin embargo, estuvo ahí. En primera línea. La suya no es una historia de esclavitud, ni de redención, ni de victimismo. Es una historia de acción, decisión y conquista. Garrido no fue arrastrado por la historia, la cabalgó. Y este vídeo va a contártela como nunca antes se ha hecho. Bienvenido al canal de Historia Hispana. África Occidental, finales del siglo XV. Nació hacia 1480 en una región del Golfo de Guinea, donde las redes comerciales locales ya llevaban siglos en marcha y donde los portugueses comenzaban a dejar sentir su presencia en forma de enclaves, intercambios y bautismos. La Lisboa de esa época no era solo puerto de esclavos, sino también de oportunidades para ciertos africanos. Hombres que, una vez bautizados y formados, podían servir en casas nobles, enrolarse en las galeras o incluso entrar al servicio de la corona en ultramar. Garrido fue uno de esos. No fue un esclavo ni un fugitivo. Fue un africano cristiano que se integró en el orden imperial ibérico y que desde dentro optó por buscar fortuna en el otro lado del océano. Hacia 1502 embarca rumbo a la Española, una isla un poco...
You understand now how this type of relationship wasn't so rigid, like they made it sound to be, right? The way that history has been told to us. They made it seem like people of color and people of no color, I guess, had a very rigid relationship. And it was either like enemies or slavery, one of the two. And this is a Spanish source here from Spain. So they understand this history. A lot of you guys don't want to embrace it. This has as much to do with you as much to do with them. You don't realize that shit. All of a sudden now, well, you know, I mean, no, man, it fucking matters, dude. That ain't right, bro. That ain't right for a lot of you guys. All of a sudden now, hold on. All of a sudden now you don't care. We show you this material like, nah, it don't matter. I want Jesus to return. I want him to be brown. We're not saying that he ain't. We're not saying that he is. You know what I mean? It's just like, bro, for real, man, just look at history, man, for what it is. Let's continue.
Consolidar, recién reorganizada por Nicolás de Obando tras la caída de la administración de Colón. Allí, en Santo Domingo, comienza su vida americana. El Caribe de principios del siglo XVI era un hervidero de actividad. En las nuevas villas fundadas por los castellanos convivían soldados, frailes, comerciantes, artesanos, intérpretes y hombres de frontera como Juan Garrido. En ese contexto, Garrido empieza a destacar como hombre de armas.
And I wanted to show that scene because of like how friendly they make it seem like, we just came over here and planted some, just came over here, bro. We just rented some space from you guys. We didn't necessarily kill you or burn you or rape you or none of that shit or feed you to dogs. No. It wasn't like that. It was not like that. It was more like, we pacified you. You know, kind of like friends. Right? So it seems. All right, so now we're going to read in Spanish for a little bit. This book is called Los Conquistadores Psicópatas. That's why I call this shit Negroid psychopath. Came to America? What?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Yes, they did. And it's not going to change our stance. Yeah, they probably will, bro. They'll wait till the live is done. They'll make the little post and shit. They always do that. So, again, we're going to read in Spanish. Translate it if you can. Get an app, you know what I mean? If you're watching this and you don't understand. It says, el inicio de este proceso de la explotación y esclavización se representa históricamente en Cristóbal Colón, la cual política iniciada por Colón y continuada por sus sucesores desembocó en un genocidio completo. Cristóbal Colón, Marino Monzón Samuel, dice, la explotación a que sometió a los indígenas fue brutal. Les exigía la entrega de ciertas cantidades de oro a cambio de un colgante de cobre que les servía como salvoconducto para preservar su vida. So he talked about like copper and shit. So we were copper. You know, apparently it had something to do with balancing our sense. Cuando se encontraba, my wife wears it, as a matter of fact. Anyway, cuando se encontraba algún aborigen sin dicho colgante, se le cortaban las manos y se le dejaba desangrar hasta la muerte. You see this? Asimismo, Colón fue el primer promotor y traficante de esclavos desde su base en Haití. Colón envió múltiples expediciones hacia el interior. And it says here, no encontraron oro, pero tenían que llenar las naves que volvían a España con algún tipo de dividendo. En el año 1495 realizaron una gran incursión en busca de esclavos. Capturaron a 1,500 hombres, mujeres y niños Arawak. Okay, listen. 1,500 people they captured, okay? Arawak, our brothers and sisters, our Arawak brothers and sisters. Les retuvieron en corrales vigilados por españoles y perros para luego escoger los mejores 500 espécimes y cargarlos en las naves, meaning to take them on ships. They wanted to choose 500. De esos 500, out of all those 500 that went on the ship, 200 murieron durante el viaje. So 200 died, which were thrown overboard. See, and the first people that were thrown overboard were not black. It was our gente. But you'll never know that because obviously, like the movie Amistad tells you, like, it's not true. It's not true, Ak. It is true. Shit, man. That's crazy. Luego dice, let's get to the point. Una puñada de caballeros, 200 infantes y unos cuantos perros especialmente adiestrados para el ataque diezmaron a los indios. So here's where we see the usage of dogs. Okay? So they took una puñada, meaning like a handful of dudes and like 200 infants, I guess, young people. In a couple of dogs prepared to destroy, basically. Then it says here, la víspera de nuestro retorno a España, decepcionados al no haber encontrado oro, rehodamos los 4 pueblos situados cerca de nuestro fondeadero y capturamos a los 1,600 salvajes, hombres, mujeres y niños grandes, y los embarcamos en nuestros naves para venderlos como esclavos en España. So here we see in this book here, in Spanish, hold on a second, los conquistadores psicópatas, confirming that here they took 1,600 of our people to sell them in Seville in Spain, basically. You know, the main camp. Hey, what up, brother? I brought out a book earlier. You may want to rewind it a bit. It's pretty good stuff. It says here, como la pequeña, and this one's about, it's in Spanish. I try to find it in English. I can't. It's called Los Psicópatas. Los Conquistadores Psicópatas. If you know how to read Spanish, it's a really good book. Carlos Elias Burton. It talks about the the atrocities of these people, bro. Like these guys were psychopaths. They're fucking nuts, and they came in all colors. So it wasn't just the white man that was psychopath. You know, you had black people, Negroes in there being psychopathic as fuck. You can imagine that shit. All right, so let's see the second one. Here we go. Como la pequeña ralea de las mujeres, los bebés abandonados. Check this out. Como la pequeña ralea de las mujeres, check this out. So they would leave the babies behind, right? Los bebés abandonados en situ armaba un jaleo horrible. Le rompimos el cráneo. Los otros niños fueron devorados por las bestias. So they would grab the kids and smash their cranium. And then the other ones they would feed to the dogs. Como pago de una deuda de juego, el propio Colón me ofreció una magnífica esclava. Listen to this. It's a mixture of white and black folks. You know what I'm saying? That whole miscegenation shit. That whole BHI concept, like, Deuteronomy 28, we didn't know these people, you know, like the white man, we didn't know the white man, we didn't know. No, shut up. You know, we're very good friends. There's absolutely no way Deuteronomy 28 fits your fucking narrative. And if that is not then if you can't fit this in your narrative, you have nothing. Your clothing, your folklore, your diet, nothing matches that book. All you got is Deuteronomy 28, and we're slicing and dicing that shit away. Explain this shit to me, BHI. Como pago de una deuda de juego, el propio Colón me ofreció una magnífica esclava de Caribe de 11 años. Cuando quise ejercer mis derechos sobre ella, meaning when he wanted to rape this 11-year-old girl, comenzó a gritar y se me resistió. Tuve entonces que disciplinarla con mi látigo y forzarla. Meaning he had to whip her, and then he obviously took advantage. These weren't just white people, family. Those are facts. They try to make it seem like as if it was like no big fucking deal. That's not, you can't overlook this shit no more, bro. It's just not possible, man. Here we see, I've showed this before too, 7 Myths of the Spanish Conquest. Page 24 on the bottom, we're going to read the highlighted part. The sixth aspect of the conquest procedure was the use of display of violence or the theatrical use of violence. Despite the assistance of native allies and interpreters and the use of African auxiliaries, Spanish-led forces often remain outnumbered and seriously threatened by the native peoples whose lands they were invading. Black and whites, Europeans, Africans, Arabs, they don't mention Arabs here, but we can see the African and European connection. Like here in America, you know, you see football or even soccer. Soccer used to have all like majority white soccer players. And as soon as they found out they can't win anymore with white people, they started bringing in black folks. So now you got a bunch of black, you know, young kids playing soccer, and you know they're not that much better, but they're better. The use of African auxiliaries. It's a common thing in America. Spanish-led forces often remain outnumbered and seriously threatened by the native peoples whose lands they were invading. This is why, family, the only way they were able to take over in 1848 was by, you know what I'm saying, maneuvering. Wasn't power. Physicality was never going to happen. It took predominantly these two, you know, wings, the Democratic and Republican. Who usually votes for those things, family? Despite the evidence of numerous massacres by the Spaniards and the routine enslavement of the semi-nomadic people of the Caribbean and Central America, for the most part, Spaniards did not seek to decimate or enslave native peoples, but rather to subdue and exploit them as a more or less compliant labor force. So they say. Theatrical and terrorizing techniques appear again and again in the records of conquest expeditions. These include the severing of right hands or sometimes the arms of native prisoners, often by hundreds, the killing of women, if necessary, sending the corpse home, the mutilation or killing of select individuals, most typically by fire or by setting mastiffs on them in front of native witnesses. Another technique was a massacre of unarmed natives whose effect was magnified of women, children, and elderly were killed. You know what that means, right? Think about it, family. Matter of fact, I have a video about this too. I didn't want to do this one. I don't have any more. Maybe not. Nah. I have a video about this whole chase. And you can see it. They use, like in that video, they use little dogs, but they were using fucking war dogs, fam. War dogs. Let's see if I got something in here. Oh. Here it goes right here. Page 60. The conquest account by Pedro de Cieza de León, a young Spaniard who spent 15 years between 1535 and 1550 as a conquistador chronicler in South America, is typical of how Spanish sources both ignore and reveal black roles. Cieza de León never provided the total number of blacks in any one company, nor does he name any of the Africans who fought and traveled with him, but on 19 occasions he mentions their presence. 13 of these references are to blacks in Peruvian expeditions, 6 in Chilean ones, 7 are to Africans starving or freezing to death in the northern Andes and Chile. Valiente would certainly have been on at least one of these journeys and must have been lucky to survive. The remainder of Cieza de León reference are to notable incidents that reveal that black presence despite the chronicle failure to otherwise record it. You see how the Europeans purposely left out this side of their story? So what are you saying, black man, black woman? The only way you can get back at them is by fucking admitting to the lie? Like continuing with the lie so you can get reparations? Just as Juan Garrido had been called Mexico's only black conquistador, so has Juan Valiente been called the lone Negro conqueror of Chile. Yet the evidence for Mexico, Chile, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, and elsewhere shows that these men were by no means alone. If the number of Africans on the early expedition was in the dozens or hundreds, there was soon thousands of black men and women in core colonies such as Peru. Even while the conquest continued, between 1529 and 1537, the Pizarro brothers were granted 258 licenses to import African slaves to Peru, and in 1534, Alvaro brought 200 Africans. Many of whom, like Valiente, remained, but many more blacks arrived illegally, including 400 slaves shipped from Panama to Peru in just one 6-month period in 1535. The names of some of the many other blacks who fought in the Chile have survived. An African named Felipe fought in the Marihuani Juan Fernandez fought in Canetti. Juan Beltran played a vital role in the conquest of Villarica. That he was appointed in garrison's commander. Elsewhere in the Americas, written records offer brief insights into the hard years of frequent combat that must have characterized the lives of black conquistadors. What do you mean, bro? Like, I've been fucking quiet the whole time? Oh, fuck, dude. Are you serious? When did it get muted? How long ago did it get muted? How long ago did it get muted, man? How many, like, what do you think? How many minutes? How far back? Just recently? That's fucking nuts, dude, because I never muted it. Ah, I see what you're doing, you bastards. You don't like it, huh? Like 2 minutes? Wow, bro. 1 minute. Okay. Well, I mean, you guys can see what I was reading. The invisible warrior is basically talking about, right? Page 62. Here we see more stories of black conquistadors decimating our people, working with the white man. This is the same people that claim that you are the fucking conquistadors. Look at this. Yes, as a black man, he was also escaping the murmurs of resentment that had begun to circulate in Lima over his parvenu status. Certainly, Africans were valued in the Spanish conquest. Where he buys an enslaved native Nicaraguan woman from a fellow conquistador. So black folks were buying our women. Black folks were buying our people. Black folks were buying white people too. Black folks were buying black folks. Vasquez de Espinosa's purpose was to eulogize Beltran. But in doing so, he revealed a Spanish conquest in which a black captain led native warriors against other Native Americans. Whether in the heart of the Mexica Empire or down to the Chilean frontier, the Spaniards were by no means the sole conquistadors. You see that? So we have sellouts as well. Doesn't give you an excuse, fuckface. Take a picture of that, fam. Get some resources, right? Some good sources right there. Here goes another one. Man. And this is the thing about why this psychopathy or psychopath, pathetic, whatever, crazy individuals. How can you sit here and ignore this fucking history that I'm finding? I know damn well that you saw it too. You can't sit here and say you don't see what I'm seeing. You can't sit here and say that, oh no, I never found that. What the fuck you mean? It's not even my history and I'm finding it. Not that hard. Black slave owners, free black slave masters in South Carolina, 1790, 1860. Oh, damn. That's why I said since 1492 and all the way through 1865, y'all fought to keep slaves. In January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, thus initiating the legal process to free the slaves in the rebellion southern states and eventually to eliminate chattel slavery in North America. The ramifications of Lincoln's proclamation affected not only thousands of white slave masters, but hundreds. Not a couple, not a few. Not just every now and then. You know, not like, I don't know, man, not like 10. It says hundreds, bro. Fucking hundreds, man. In Charleston City, for example, there were 91 free black masters who owned 268 slaves when President Lincoln signed that historic document. Upon the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 75 black, así que Colombiano says it all like fucking gay and shit. Black. You fucking pervert. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. Let me get it back. Nope, not that one. Boom. In Charleston City, for example, there were 91 free black masters who owned 268 slaves when President Lincoln signed that historic document. It says upon the conclusion of Civil War, more than 75 black masters in that city were instructed to free their slaves, who numbered 241. The number of black slave owners, FBA, fuck you. Hit the link. Prove me wrong. Show me how you deserve reparations. Show me how you guys are the natives of this land. Because this is just like a layer of what I got in store for you. And I think that's why you guys, BHI, FBA, FOPI, I think even Christmas Christians, y'all never want to hit this link in this channel. And I think because you really don't know how to fucking debunk what I say. And you don't like my rebuttals. Because I don't come at you like everybody else. You don't know how to deal with me, man. I don't come at you like everybody else. In 1860, the number of black slave owners during the war years was a fraction of the total slaveholdings community of Afro-Americans over all the slavery years in South Carolina. In 1860, the number of black slave masters was reported to be 171 persons. Wait, hold on a second. Where? In South Carolina only. And they held 766 slaves in that state. By 1860, the phenomenon of black slave holdings was declining. The phenomenon? Shut the fuck up. Hold on, let me say this again. The phenomenon. Come on, shut up. Y'all been enjoying slavery since 1492. From 1865 through 1965 was your, kind of like decimation. But that's it. From 1865 through 1965. You realize that's the Civil War and then the, civil rights. Yeah. That's in the Bible, by the way. Canaan would be locked down for 100 years. Anyways, we'll talk about that another time. In 1860, the number of black slave masters were reported to be 171. They held 766. By 1860, the phenomenon of black slave holdings was declining. In fact, between 1850 and 1860, the number of colored masters decreased by 42.4%, while the number of slaves declined by 40%. Yet before the sixth federal census, remember I showed you guys that book from 1830, okay? Free black slaveholding was by no means a diminishing enterprise, but a growing trend which peaked in 1840. Viva Mexico, cabrones! All right, meant to do this one. Totally lift that one up. As you can see, my friends, come on, man. Seriously? Between 1840 and 1850, the community of African American slave owners decreased by 34%. Where? Most of the reduction occurred in Charleston District, where the majority of the colored slave owners lived. The largest losses appeared within the community of Charleston Neck, where the number of colored slave owners decreased by nearly 120 masters, leaving only 58 slave holders in 1850. You know, those last ones that just didn't want to let it fucking go. Such dramatic decline were caused by several factors. One reason was that many free blacks who owned slaves refused to inform the census takers of their slave property. You know, it don't surprise me one fucking bit that you would not report that shit. Trust me. Trust and believe that shit. And especially, oh, you guys are talking within yourselves. My bad. I don't want to get in between that. Now we see black society in Spanish Florida. A number of Florida free black invested some of their income in slaves. Among them, Bautista Collins, Prince Juan Bautista, Whitten, Felipe Edinboro, Jorge Basu, all of these were black folks, right? Jorge Biaso, Kingsley, Clark, Wiggins, and even the Sanchez family. It does not appear that black slave owners had a relationship with their slaves that was significantly different than that between a white owner and a slave. They rented out and sold slaves and posted them as bonds. Like white slave owners, black masters sometimes assisted slaves to become free and sometimes opposed their manumission. You see, in 1812, the free black Juan Papi bought a recently imported African boy of about 13 years of age whom he named Santiago. Holy shit. That was not a white man that bought a negrito. That was a black man that brought a little negrito. Oh, that's gonna hurt. And God forbid he wasn't fucking, that other little pedo shit. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Because buck breaking wasn't just done by white people. Oh, that's gonna hurt. And we know that damn well that in jail, it kind of proves to show you that, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of very hard pressed to say that the white man invented that shit. I doubt it, bro, because you know what I mean. That's very hard to believe that buck breaking was invented by white people, especially when in jail you see who's actually doing that. However, the free black Jorge Sanko had to sue the former slave Nancy Wiggins to accomplish the manumission of his wife. Okay, so we see here that there was a relationship of slavery between people. Black homesteaders. In 1790, as noted in Chapter 3, Spain finally adopted and revised a land policy based on British headright system, and free blacks quickly tested their rights. What that meant was that if you, let's say, for example, I'm here first and you're somewhere else or, whatever, and I say to you, hey, listen, I'll offer you an indentured contract for 4 years. And you're like, okay, cool. How much you pay me? I'll pay you this much. Okay, cool. I'll work your land. So then what I do is I take that contract to the city or state through a headrights program or system and say, I got a slave, and for every slave I had, they would give me about 50 acres or plus. This wasn't beholden to the white people only. This was for black and white folks, not natives, mind you. As soon as they could, free blacks petitioned for land as new settlers. I can take pictures of this shit. You can always come back to the class. In 1792, the free English-speaking mulatto Juan Moore petitioned for and received 350 acres near the Trot Creek for himself, his wife, and 4 grown sons. However, Governor Enrique White later required that land to be pasture cattle herds belonging to Panton, Leslie and Company. In the place of the original grant, which he claimed, the governor granted Moore an equal amount of acreage on the St. Johns River, about 6 miles from the Buena Vista fort where Moore served militia duty. Moore and his family became anew and improved their claim by building a home on it. Fencing the land, cultivating the field. So who gave this Negro the land? The white man. And you want reparations, you fucking assholes? You took the land from our native people. In 1792, thought you can buy the fucking land. They say, no, you know what? We need that shit for specifics, but we'll give you the same amount. You know what I mean? We're good, though. Where's the slavery concept? Huh? Where's this whole 1619 bullshit? We've been lied to. You've been lied to. FBA, bro, the link is right there. I will fucking debate any one of you assholes that thinks you have the right to say this shit in our face, and then the fucking nerve to use different angles, whether political or historical or even biblical, to push a narrative. In 1796, black refugees from Santo Domingo arrived in Spanish Florida, and despite some initial concerns about their recent involvement in slave revolts, they quickly blended into the free black community and began to work with the Spanish system. You see this shit right here? Black Americans, you have no culture. No, this is you're part of the white man culture. Your culture is a white culture. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. This is your culture. Everything else is given by us and everybody else. You are disconnected from your African root. You're no longer those people in a sense of your culture, so you have no culture. You're no different than the white man that came from Europe, claiming to be from here. Free women of color also became homesteaders, meaning slavers, and the government granted them acreage based on the number of their children and slaves. Oh, shit. What do you call that, EBT? Would you call that EBT? They give you grants based on the number of children and slaves. Well, you know, maybe the slave is the dad, and the children of the children. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Why is this never talked about? Check this. Flora Leslie, the consort of St. Augustine white surveyor, so she made her white dude, did so and received 500 acres. And Isabella Wiggins, the consort of his brother, Carlos Clark, was granted 300 acres. While even the poorest women could appeal to the government, connections with important whites in the community helped many free black women acquire substantial property holdings. Nancy Wiggins managed 1,200 acres. Of her deceased consort, John Wiggins, as well as the 17 slaves who worked it, and their children shared in their father's property. Watch this. Seminal raids of nearly 1800 of the early 1800s forced a widow and her children to leave the state. Well, hold on a second. So these aren't black people? FBA, that's confusing. So who's black and who's not? Who's native and who's not? All this land stolen and taken from the native brothers and sisters of our northern area, and you sit here and act like as if you didn't do shit. Oh, I forgot to include this. This was from the other book. Just reminding you about what happened. This is from the 7 Myths. I believe it's page 56. Another first attributed to an African in Mexico was the bringing of smallpox to the mainland. Francisco de Eguía, one of the black slaves of Narvaez expedition in 1520, allegedly died of the disease soon after landing in the Mexican coast. And here we see the continuation of smallpox brought by Europeans and Africans. We weren't immune to this stuff. Disease moved to the Americas faster than germ-carrying European and Africans could. proving that these diseases were brought both by Europeans and Africans, not just white people. It was brought to Mexico by Narvaez expedition in 1519, spread by the Spaniards and Africans led by the Cortez and Alvarado to central and southern Mexico and Guatemala. Traveling rapidly through Central America in early 1520s before fanning out across South America. This smallpox pandemic, which alone killed millions of Native Americans, was followed in the 1530s by a lethal pandemic of measles that likewise ran from Mesoamerica to the Indies. This came from Europe and Africa, not just white people. They weren't the only dirty ones. And here we see the psychopathic mentality of using war dogs. It was a complex situation, family. It was murder, rape, feeding to animals, giving blankets to die in, being hung to death, burned, being cut to pieces because you didn't bring enough gold. Looking at these dogs, man, like, matter of fact, these books say that the biggest threat was actually disease and these dogs. It wasn't necessarily people. It was these dogs. I don't know, man. It gets hard to actually consider that shit, to be quite frank with you. Hold on a second here real quick. Give me a moment. What time is it? 1:40. Okay, I got a couple minutes. Okay, cool. I wasn't going to go more than 2 hours. Sounds good. All right, I'm doing good time. Now, let me look for this. I wanted to show you this link, family. Hold on a second. If I can find it in time, it'd be nice. Let me see. Oh, there it goes. Oh, man. This shit pains me so much. And I wanted to show this at the end, family, because it's fucking shocking and it's fucked up. I mean, this is basically all I got on this section here, real quick, family. But it kind of relates to the psychopath mentality, because when you bring this kind of psychopath mentality and spirit to this land, it causes other people to fucking act like that. And that's the sad part, man. Check this out. We're gonna start at 1:45, and then
all right, guys. So there was this,
and then I'm gonna read this to you guys real quick, and then we out. 1:45, I think. Check this out, all right? So he talks about it, and it's fucked up, man. This is why this is important, family. This is why this is important, because quite frankly, they want your history because of this. Not because how you dress or your clothing or the food that was here or what happened to you, because they don't even know what the fuck that means. As soon as I start asking them those deep, like in-depth questions, they don't know what the fuck to say. That's why they leave this channel alone. And so I say, hey, listen, man, you feeling froggy? FBA? Yeah, I really think you can debunk this truth that I bring out all the time? I will come to your channel and debate you. I will come to your channel to debate you on any of these topics. So, family, they want your history because of this. The Great Migration. Don't take that in vain.
They were trampled and forced to kneel for hours. Independent forensic experts confirmed these as compelling evidence of torture under UN definitions, deeming it an institutional policy and practice. It gets worse. Ready? There was sexual assault by hooded guards. Detainees reported hooded guards committing sexual violence, such as forcing one man to perform oral sex while groping him with batons. These assaults occurred during isolation and searches, adding a layer of profound humiliation to physical torment. There were multiple people who were forced to suck dick. Remember, Marco Rubio made a deal with Bukele, the leader of Venezuela, and Trump greenlit this thing. Let's send people that we capture to this concentration camp, this gulag concentration camp, this slave labor concentration camp. And this is what went on there. Marco Rubio has to be held accountable. Bukele has to be held accountable. And Donald Trump has to be held accountable. This is fucking unacceptable. There was a bloody hunger strike and violent suppression. In April 2025, men staged a hunger strike, cutting themselves with metal scraps to write blood messages like, "We're not criminals, we're migrants," on the sheets. A subsequent May cell search sparked a brief rebellion met with point-blank rubber bullets that injured multiple people in the forehead, hand, and thigh. There was medical neglect that led to near deaths. Guards denied insulin to a diabetic detainee for 5 days.
I'm gonna post some links here so you guys can read this, because it's really fucked up, man. Like I'm not even gonna read it, fam, because it's sad. It's sad. You know what I mean? Like it's fucked up, dude. Like it's just fucked up. You know, we're gonna hear another little video soon, but they actually wrote about this as well. So I'm providing you guys some links. You guys can read through it. Please do yourself a favor. Fucking read it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's something you guys can do more than me. But our hand has been bluntly abused for fucking forever, man. And all I'm trying to do is show you guys like who we are. I love y'all, brothers and sisters, man. That's why I do this. I don't know none of you. I don't even, but there's something within me that says like my people, my brethren are going to hear me. They're going to know what I mean with the things that I say. Because I'm not saying, oh, it was only this person. Nah, bro, I'm bringing facts 100% with what they are, and I'm backing it up, and no one can decline that shit. Refute it. I'm here. Refute it. Refute it. Debunk what I'm saying. Christians, BHIs, FOPI, FBA, WABO, whatever the hell you A, any day.
Causing unconsciousness, asthmatic convulsions from tear gas. One suffered a heart attack. Post-relief, survivors face chronic issues like blurred vision, migraines, and breathing problems, and nightmares, with pleas for care routinely ignored. This is like everybody who's involved in this needs to be locked away. They need to be locked away, and all of these poor prisoners need to get multi-million-dollar payments, because this is the fact that this could happen is just unacceptable. There was psychological torment and suicides. Prisoners endured 24-hour glaring lights, disgusting water, death threats, and being branded terrorists. One man, Luis Chacon, attempted suicide on his child's birthday amid the abuse, highlighting the depths of despair that was inflicted. So, like I said, go read the whole article, but this is, I mean, we are right back in the height of the war on terror, the Abu Ghraib scandal, the Guantanamo Bay scandal, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush. We are right back there, except it's worse, because now what Trump has done is he's put together the war on terror with the war on drugs. And if anything, he's even gone further than that, mixing together the war on terror with immigration. So now I'm going to round up whoever I want, deport whoever I want, no due process, no habeas corpus, send them to a fucking concentration camp to get tortured. And that's what happened. And he still wants to send 30,000 people to Guantanamo Bay. He still had Alligator Auschwitz, which the court said you got to fucking shut down. Now, the next thing is, and we covered this on this show, you haven't heard about it anywhere else, but now he's trying to build MAGA homeless camps. I'm not kidding about that. MAGA homeless camps. Well,
yeah, it's very messed up. 2 more videos and we are family. I want you to say that. I want to tell this to you guys. I want to say this to you guys, and take care of your kids, man. Like, I love my kids. I watch
Christian
over my
Nash.
kids, okay? So I say to you, take care of your kids. Because these numbers matter. How is this possible? They don't care about humanity, family. They don't care about they just don't care. We are surrounded by people that don't care about people. We're at that point. I know that, a lot of you guys used to fucking hide within Christianity and say like, no, Jesus loves everybody. No, that's out the door. Like, you really have to wake up to the reality here. It's only about a minute and a half. Let's go.
Because no matter what criminal acts they may or may not have done, the question is how we respond to it. I'm talking about the United States involvement. Talk to me about how there is no sense of redress or where these prisoners can even appeal to someone that their human rights are being violated because they're in a country incarcerated with the blessings of the United States, where there's nowhere to appeal to try to stop being assaulted and violated sexually and otherwise.
Sure. So yes, these men are men who crossed into the United States. Some of them crossed into the United States and had no legal status in the country. Some of them crossed into the country and sought asylum, tried to get some kind of legal status. They were then apprehended at various points. Some of our reporting found that a couple of them do have serious criminal accusations. Our reporting could not find serious criminal accusations or convictions for many of them. They were apprehended and sent to this prison. And once they were there, asked many, many times, they said to speak to lawyers, to speak to the UN, to speak to representatives of their country, and were never given access to lawyers to be able to contest their imprisonment. There were lawyers in the U.S. who were working with their families to try and represent them, but once, of course, they're in El Salvador, it was very difficult for those cases to move forward.
That piece of shit Arab Bukele is going to pay for this motherfucking thing. You damn right you are going to pay, fucking bastard. You animal. You're an animal. You're a beast. When this term ends, you're going to have to pay for some shit, and you're going to have to answer to some of that shit. Watch your kids, fam.
Countries with the most missing children. Italy, 21,951 missing children each year. South Korea, 25,692 missing children each year. Russia, 45,000 missing children each year. Canada, 45,288 missing children each year. India, 96,000 missing children each year. Germany, 100,000 missing children each year. United Kingdom, 112,835 missing children each year. United States,
460,000 missing children each year. What fucking what is that?
Scared for my parents to walk out their house because I might not be able to say goodbye to them if they go to work. I might not ever be able to say bye or see them again if you guys don't side with us. And I'm scared because of it, because they fought so hard to come here and choose a life for their kids. And I really hope you guys do hear what everyone in this room has been saying, and I hope you guys do side with us, because we are fighting for our rights, and we are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin and the way that we talk. And we have a president that acts like a child and doesn't side with us because of the way he thinks about us.
The October 7th in our neighborhood. On that day, we watched
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because the color of their skin? I'm tired of everything. And I hope you guys really do something about it, because I really do want something to change, because I should not live like this as a 16-year-old. I shouldn't be scared. I should be focusing on school, and I can't even focus on school.
They're clapping like it's a fucking show, bro. That's what disgusts me about that.
When I look at my own country, the United States, it is a semi-democratic, white-dominated, hierarchical, racist society that aims to preserve privilege by the elites. That's how it was formed in 1787. It was a slave-owning, genocidal country, killing Native Americans for a white culture. But amazingly, it still looks that way, although we're much more diverse now than we were. The most violent country in the world in the 19th century, by far, was perhaps the most democratic or second most democratic, and that was Britain. You can be democratic at home and ruthlessly imperial abroad. The most violent country in the world since 1950 has been the United States. It's been by far involved
Jeffrey,
in more
stop
women
now.
and more wars.
Jeffrey, I'm Jeffrey, I'm your moderator, and it's enough.
22, the Buffalo Soldiers. The image is stark. A line of black men in crisp military uniforms, rifles slung across their shoulders, eyes fixed straight ahead. They were the Buffalo Soldiers, former slaves and sons of slaves who became some of the toughest fighters on the frontier. Stationed in the harshest posts, they battled bandits, guarded settlers, built roads, and stood as the backbone of Western expansion. Native warriors named them Buffalo Soldiers for their strength and their dark, thick hair, and the name stuck. Yet, when history was retold, their role was reduced to footnotes, their loyalty questioned, their sacrifices ignored. This photo captures pride and pain all at once, men who carried a nation on their backs while being denied equality in the very land they defended. They were cowboys in uniform, warriors in silence, and proof that black men ruled the Wild West in ways white America couldn't afford to admit.
You see what I mean? That's what I mean, fam. In secret, they celebrate the oppression of our people. They put videos, they run them by, they record them. But then when they talk to us, or when they talk to the white man, oh, it was your fault. I'm telling you right now that they really want this from you. And I know a lot of our people are like, you're probably like, I don't know, you keep listening to these native dumbasses because they may have a fucking degree. That degree, the white man gave it to them. So what makes them any better than me? It's a gringo doctrine. They were subjugated to educate themselves to the gringo doctrine. I haven't done that. But they're afraid to talk about this right here. And this is why people are doing what they're doing to you and me, us. This is not a joke, fam. It's not a joke. You can't argue with this no more. This did occur. This migration did occur. Whether you like it or not, it did occur. And we are the red men. And we did migrate from here. We are part of humans. We're part of humanity. We're not like fucking separate. But then when you get into these other topics, you're like, it's not possible. Well, you know what, man? There's a lot of stuff that's been written, and there's a lot of similarities in what these Israelites, not the Israelis, not BHI, not Black Hebrew Israelites, Yahushai, Barakatah, excuse me, Barakatah, Yahushai. No, none of that stupid shit. None of that African dumb bullshit. No, none of that. We're talking about true Hebrew understanding. You can't deny this no more. I've proven to you guys in a lot of different ways that we are connected to these people. And I keep telling you that the only reason why they want your heritage or your history is not because you're fucking tacos, pendejos. It's because of this right here. It's because you're connected to God, the Creator Himself. No other nation wants to hear that. Of course not. They're left out. Oh, we're left out. Oh, well, yeah. And so were we for 500 years. You being the people that supposedly keep records of everything, you destroyed our heritage, our records of everything? Like that makes no sense. Why would our records be that effective, like that kryptonic to you? To where you're like, oh, you got to destroy that shit. I don't want to see it. Like, basically, that's kryptonite. So, like, if there's things I don't want to see, I destroy them. But if I wasn't affecting you, then you shouldn't be that way. So we are kryptonite to you motherfuckers. And this is why they want your history. The genesis of your beginning is that you're a Meshiach. Y'all are anointed people. And no one can take that away from you. That's why they never hit the leg, fam. It's very simple. I challenge any fucking Black Hebrew Israelite or Hispanic chart pusher or FBA or some fucking dumb Christian that just wants to apparently they feel froggy. I challenge you to hit that link and tell me how this is not real, because I'll throw a lot more examples. I mean, I think at this point that a lot of people do watch this channel, but for some reason you don't subscribe. Maybe because I know what it is, because I'm Mexican. I'm raza. Like, this Mexican, this guy's stupid. They think Mexicans are stupid. That's the reality, family. That's why we have such a low subscription, because people think that Mexicans are stupid. Like, why am I going to listen to that dumbass Mexican? If I was white or Black, trust and believe they would listen to me more. We'd have about 100 and 200, maybe 500,000 subscribers. But I'm raza, I'm Mexican, I'm a beaner, like you. And they don't like beaners like me or you. This is why I say to you, open your eyes a little bit. Stop listening to native dumb bullshit. Okay, Native Americans, Native Indians. Okay, sounds good. So you guys been here 60,000 years? Prove it. Not with white man science, your fucking Native American science, with your flutes and shit. I want you guys to pay attention to this chapter right here, Wisdom of Solomon, right here. And in this chapter, it mentions how Wisdom of Solomon talks about our journey. And just check this out. I showed you guys a link the other day where the Popol Vuh was being translated to Castellano, right? So check this out. When I was reading that Popol Vuh, and it's hard to read it because you have to connect some words. They're separate for some reason. But as you're reading that Popol Vuh, it's almost saying the same shit here. Okay, check this out. Wisdom of Solomon 17:1 says, "For great are thy judgments, it cannot be expressed, therefore unnurtured souls have erred." Unnurtured souls. You see, so listen to this. For great are thy judgments and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred. So there are people out here that don't have nurtured souls, meaning that they haven't gone through this generationally speaking. Because if it's not based on your soul, I mean, if it's not based on your flesh, because your flesh lives once, then your soul is not necessarily living once. So therefore, unnurtured, meaning like if you haven't done this before, you're not going to understand what we're reading. For when the unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, watch this, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness, and fettered with the bonds of long nights, lay their exiles from their eternal providence. You see this? You see this right here? It's talking about the Exodus. And this is in the Apocrypha, not too far from 2nd Esdras, okay? So listen to this. But when, matter of fact, I'm going to read it like this, because we have a perfect example of how to better read it. Hold on. The new, there it goes. Right there. Okay. Wisdom of Solomon 17. If you guys don't know about this book, you need to get it. Hold on a second here real quick. Here it goes right here. It simplifies the translation. So we're in Wisdom of Solomon 17, 1 and 2, okay? Right? Check this out. Great are your judgments and hard to describe. Therefore, uninstructed souls, remember, keep in mind, if we're living in the flesh, you only live once. So that means that our souls, like it says in Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 25, okay, I don't want to take you that. You guys can read. Matter of fact, I'll take you. Because he created souls to be immortal. 23, sorry. For God, Wisdom of Solomon 2:23, for God created man to be immortal and made him to be an image of his own eternity, made him to be an image of his own eternity. We are no different than our Creator. But see, the thing that really defines who you are spiritually is when you try to really mimic as if you're a God creator. At every single moment of your life, you should be always thankful of the knowledge and power and understanding that you carry. Because you do know a lot more than people. You do have some gifts. You do have some powers. You can take advantage of that. But you're not supposed to. Great are your judgments and hard to describe. Therefore, uninstructed souls have gone astray. So I've been here before. I can honestly tell you that now. For when lawless people suppose that they held the holy nation in their power, they themselves, watch this, for when lawless people suppose that they held the holy nation in their power, they themselves lay as captives of darkness and prisoners of long nights, shut under their roofs, exiled from eternal providence, for thinking that in their secret sins they were unobserved, behind a dark curtain of forgetfulness, they were scattered, terribly alarmed, and upheld by specters. For not even the inner chamber that held them protected them from fear. But terrifying sounds rang out aloud them, and the dismal phantoms with gloomy faces appeared. So it's almost like as if in their journey of trying to leave this providence of prison, like slavery, like you can see that there's like this terrifying sounds and shit as you're traveling. And no power of fire was able to give light. Watch, this is where it gets interesting. And this is why 2nd Ezra 13 talks about the travel and Arsareth. How did it get there? And no power of fire was able to give light, nor did the brilliant flames of the stars avail to illume the hateful night. Then it says, nothing was shining through to them except a dreadful, self-kindled fire, and in terror they deemed that thing that they saw to be worse than that unseen appearance. And it says, hold on a second, where's that? The illusion of their magic art lay humbled, and their boasted wisdom was scornfully rebuked. For those who promised to drive off the fears and disorders of the sick souls were sick themselves with ridicules and fear. Hold on, I was supposed to stop somewhere. My bad, family. I think it was right here. When you consider the traveling of the way the Popol Vuh is broken down, it talks about this type of obscurity, like darkness, terrible, like you're surrounded by like fearful shit, right? For not even the inner chambers that held and protected them from fear, meaning the caves that our people traveled in, but terrifying sounds rang around them. Because when you read the Popol Vuh, like the actual link, it talks about, man, I wish I would have like read it right when I was showing it to you guys. Maybe I might not have even touched it. It says how our people were traveling upon high mountains or even through like certain mountains, and all you could hear was like wolves, tigers, and like wolves, lions, and all kinds of like roars of animals, right? So it mentions stuff like that. And this is why when you talk about Wisdom of Solomon, it's pretty heavy. Let me see. Let's see. This is one, the inward weakness, fear, but giving up the help. Let's see. Oh, here goes right here. Watch this real quick. It says, for even if nothing disturbing frightened them, yet scared by the passing of wild animals and the hissing of snakes, they perished in trembling fear, refusing to look even at the air, though it nowhere could be avoided. For wickedness is a cowardly thing, condemned by its own testimony, distressed by conscience. It has always exaggerated the difficulties, right? For fear is nothing but a giving up of the help that comes from reason, and hope, defeated by this inward weakness, prefers ignorance of what causes the torment. Prefers ignorance. Yeah, that's right. You can always go back to the Most High. But throughout the night, which really powerless and which came upon them from the recesses of powerless Hades, they all slept the same sleep. So there's a couple verses where you have to skip, but it literally talks about the migration. And again, the other day I showed you guys the link. Oh man, if I can go back to it, I don't think I want to be honest with you, because it might take up a few minutes. But that's what it's pretty much referencing. Matter of fact, you know what, man? I have to do it. I don't like that shit. Hold on. Let me give you the link, and you guys can try to read it yourselves and see if it if you're good. Hold on. Is this one? Oh, this one right here. All right, let me get you guys the link. Oh, it's not even that one, dude. I might take a while to find it. But anyways, fam, this is what I wanted to show you. Hold on a second. I got 2 more videos and we're done. No, this is it. This is it. All right, so we're good. Listen, fam, I'm not really political. I don't really vote. Matter of fact, I don't vote. Like, I really don't vote, okay? So don't believe that I vote. And I'm not telling you to vote. But I like this guy's channel. I think he's pretty raw. he like just talks about like raw shit. You know what I mean? I'm not telling you to like sign up to this shit. What I'm saying is that he brings up a lot of information. He actually has videos of our native brothers and sisters that are getting diminished with their land. And I just want to show this. I think it's right. I think it's fair because I care. You know what I mean? All I do is because I fucking care, fam. That's all I do, because I care. And if you hate me for that shit, well then continue to hate me. Because it doesn't mean nothing to me. Have a good night, fam. After this, we out. I'm going to play some music, and after that, we're out.
I witnessed him. Through an alley, I stopped. He was there. He jumped out of the truck, and he was making noises like a monster. Jumping out, going, rawr! Okay? 2 women pushing a shopping cart with laundry. A man fixing his car in front of his home. Okay? People taking off running, children hiding behind their mothers because Bovino thought that it was funny to be jumping out in the neighborhood like a monster.
You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
You ever heard a story like this in America?
You're looking at it.
Congratulations for always being somewhere where mainstream media is not.
Flint, Michigan.
See you in Nevada.
Thanks to people like you, we can get the truth. Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
You are the man. I'm glad you're here. For as low as 16 cents a day, you'll keep us on the ground, covering the important stories the corporate media covers up.
I'm here today as a community organizer and mother of an 11-year-old little girl. This press conference today is about accountability. It's about the traumatic events that unfolded this past Saturday, October 7th in our neighborhood. On that day, we watched in horror as the Chicago Police Department, an institution that claims that it wants to build bridges, instead became complicit in the kidnapping of an 11-year-old child. They stood by, they provided a shield, they assisted the agents of Greg Bovino, ICE agents, sent by Trump's fascist regime. As they terrorized a family member and tried to rip a child from our community while shooting at them. When our community, your neighbors, your family, my family, did what the police would not and peacefully gathered to defend and protect that child, what did the police do? They protected the kidnappers.
Can I get you to describe just a couple of examples of how ICE has been conducting themselves here in Little Village, and how Chicago police have been acting as a supporting force for folks who aren't from Chicago and might not be familiar with every single incident out here?
So, one, they have been staging in our community using city property, using schools to stage. Where's the enforcement for doing that? We would like to see what that would look like. If the mayor said they cannot do that, we would like to see what that enforcement would look like. Should come from CPD because they need to keep us safe, and that's part of that. The enforcement of something that the mayor has put an executive order for, right? Of no, you're not using any city property. That they should start there. Another thing that I have seen is I myself was involved in an incident that took place in Cicero, and I turn around and I see CPD trying to help with crowd control. What? They have no jurisdiction there. It's the town of Cicero. And as soon as Cicero showed up, we, the community, accepted, oh, they need to do this for the community. And we left. It took an hour and a half, but that was the type of response that was happening. It was not an emergency. People were not in danger. The only ones that were causing danger was ICE.
Let's talk about some of those actual ICE operations, Border Patrol operations. What's it looked like in Little Village in some of these communities? How have they been conducting themselves?
A lot of these organizers worked together with the community to get stop and frisk stopped. And that means anybody who they felt that fit a certain criteria, a certain look, could be stopped and frisked to see if they had anything illegal on them or any weapons. We fought for that to stop. And here they are re-traumatizing people, but just because they are brown. Okay? And it's that. Because the people who have been terrorized have been brown, but there's undocumented people in this country that go a whole spectrum of the rainbow. But only this community is being singled out. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So, with that, right, that they're doing that, it's a repeat of something that was already happening in our community, and then police there to help facilitate traffic, while the community maybe wants a traffic jam, for the day. I don't know. I can't make the decision for everybody. Everybody comes together and see what's going on. If ICE is conducting a circus, a bunch of people show up. So Why are they surprised when they can't leave when they're doing their circus and there's a bunch of people watching what they want everybody to see them doing? Bovino specifically, I've seen him do that. We were behind him. There was about 20 vehicles. There was a lot of media. I don't know where I was in the line, but I know he was somewhere down there. We did a cut. I witnessed him through an alley. I stopped. He was there. He jumped out of the truck and he was making noises like a monster, jumping out, going, rah, okay? To women pushing a shopping cart with laundry, a man fixing his car in front of his home, okay? People taking off running, children hiding behind their mothers because Bovino thought that it was funny to be jumping out in the neighborhood like a monster after Trump asked for escalation of deportations and their tactics.
When was this that he was doing that?
Yo, when was it when this happened and we were there? Last Thursday.
When you heard the news that Bovino and some of his agents were likely going to be leaving the Chicagoland area in the next few days, what was your initial reaction? How are you feeling about it now?
To Bovino specifically and directly, I knew we were too much. To the next person that's coming, it's just a change of clown because the circus continues. And the audience is here to record and to determine what happens to that next clown.
And Chicago Sun-Times reporting that Bovino, some of these agents could return in March, many as 1,000 of them. You spoke a little bit to it in the press conference, but I mean, does it make you concerned about what the future holds if the administration comes back, in 4 times as large of a presence as it has out here right now?
Come back? They're going to continue their operations. They never said they were stopping. We are not stopping. Every single day, my community grows. Every single day, I am supported by somebody in Arlington Heights, in Palos Hills. They make their way to our community. There's people in our community that are becoming less afraid, okay? Chicagoland itself, Andersonville, everywhere are coming out in droves to support us. They have 200 officers right now. I meet 200 people a day that are in support new to our community. So no, not worried about it at all.
I want to ask you what leadership should look like in this moment, because you're out here calling on change from the Chicago Police Department. Mayor Brandon Johnson, progressive leader, he's spoken out about the Trump administration's presence here, as has Governor J.B. Pritzker, a Democrat. But the governor also has state troopers out at the ICE detention facility in Broadview arresting protesters out there, in a very similar way that you're seeing the Chicago police provide security de facto for ICE out here. How would you like them to act? How would you like them to use those law enforcement resources to better support the people of the Chicagoland area?
So, I want to make this clear. This is not going to be a suggestion or, some consultation or anything. This is literally community demanding the following of our officials. Mayor Brandon Johnson, if you put out something like ICE cannot be staging on city property, we expect enforcement. And we expect enforcement to the fullest of the law. J.B. Pritzker, why would you have state police participating or anyone of the state facilitating, making things easier, making it look like you are working with them when you are telling us you are not? For every leader that has a community leader, that has a congressman, state senator, state representative, alderman, we expect daily activity, connection with the community on all their platforms of what to expect for the day and the resources available for those days for the people who are being marginalized and oppressed in those communities. Nothing less and definitely more.
What kind of repercussions do you want to see for Commander Greg Bovino and for the other ICE and Border Patrol agents who have been participating in these operations out here? Do you want to see jail time? We heard at least one call for that during the press conference. Is that justice for Chicago? What does justice for Chicago look like?
As a prison abolitionist, this is a very hard question. But, no, not but. However, the system still exists. So as the system still exists, I want it to be just. And I want it to be just for them to be held to the highest extent of the law. Jail time, yes, and the highest that they could receive.
Why calling on the Chicago police today? What was the tipping point? Why was today the day where you felt you needed to come out here in front of their police headquarters to call on an end to cooperation between the Chicago police and the Department of Homeland Security?
Why today? I mean, we've had, as organizers, our schedule full. I mean, to review everything that happens, that was recorded and documented, to know where we stand as a community, to make sure that we are definitely in protection.
Hey, family, I appreciate y'all being here. I thank you so much for your support. I wish that I don't know, man. You know what, bro? I always keep saying, like, hey, man, you know, you guys want to hit the link, you can debate me. You know, why don't you guys show up a little bit, bro? Show some support. I don't know if you're Job, if you're still there, Guaracuya, or Estudiante for wisdom. If you want to add to this before I leave, I think I want to show you guys a couple of videos real quick. One important one that, in case you guys don't know, I really do keep the dietary law. Like, that's like extremely important to me. And that's something that I taught my kids a long time ago. And I think for all of us who are trying to, you know, withstand the moments of time, I think it's probably important that we at least get a glimpse of that. You know what I mean? Get a knowledge and understanding of it. So before I leave, I want to show you these videos real quick. I don't know if you guys are up to it. Oh, wow. It's amazing. But anyways, check this out. Okay, the sister wants to say something. Okay, I'll let her speak.
So you really want to know who built these pyramids? It wasn't built by white people. It wasn't built by Mongoloid people. It was built by the people that's mislabeled as black or African.
You see what he said? Listen to what he said.
So you really want to know who built these pyramids? It wasn't built by white people. It wasn't built by Mongoloid people.
Mongoloid. So if you came to my channel and felt offended because I put Negroid, here's my middle finger to you and my vocal expression. Fuck you. Because you guys are very comfortable at this point saying shit like that. Let no white man tell you Negroid. Well, all of a sudden you did, oh, that's a racist. But you said Mongoloid. That's no, how is that fucking different? But hold on a second. White man didn't build it? Yes, for sure. Now you're saying that Mongoloid didn't. Well, I never seen a Negro group of people building a fucking house, or let alone a fucking pyramid. Those are facts. That's not emotions.
We want to know who built these pyramids. It wasn't built by white people. It wasn't built by Mongoloid people. It was built by the people that's mislabeled as black or African American.
No, the Olmec or indigenous people in South America were not black, and no, it was not black Africans that built the pyramids in South America. This is Afrocentrism based on racism, and it's becoming a trend in America where extreme Afrocentrists are trying to steal the cultures, are trying to change history, are trying to eradicate ancient civilizations to try and make themselves feel better. And if you say anything about it, you're racist. These beautiful pyramids in Mexico, they were built by ancient civilizations like the Aztec and the Mayans, which are a huge part of Mexico or Latino culture. The pyramids in South America were also built by ancient civilizations. The myth and rumor that the Olmec were black came from ignorant people who don't understand that certain features do not belong to a single race. So the Olmec statues had fuller lips, they had bigger noses, and because of that, people are claiming that they are African. The paper that originally stated that the Olmec were black was retracted because there was no actual evidence of Olmec being black. The fact that people are continuously pushing this theory despite there being absolutely no physical evidence.
Hold on a second. Then you forget another point. They want to justify those colossal pyramids as them looking like so-called them, but then they tell African people that black Americans don't look like Africans. No, think about it for a moment. Think about it. They go and say the boulders, those beautiful big boulders, they look like us. And those look like so-called quote unquote Africans, right? Even though they could look for some like Samoans too, right? For whatever. But then when the African says, yo, bro, we the same people, they say, no, we don't look African. We have eloquent, we have longer noses, we have thinner lips, we have lighter skin, we have longer hair. Remember, they say that shit, but they go and say the colossals, which look like Africans supposedly, Them? Nah, fuck no.
Oh, that's gonna
What
hurt.
did I say to you?
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
To support this statement and attempting to wipe out the history of ancient civilizations that are important to other people's cultures, all while acting like a victim, is extremely hypocritical.
I say yay. All right, so for the brethren out there that think that it's okay to eat pork or shrimp or clams or lobster, I would highly suggest to you, brother, to please stop doing that. Even if it's not about the Bible. Because those animals are really fucking unclean, bro. Just like the pork. It's supposed to eat it's supposed to clean the ground. You know what I'm saying? The rabbit is supposed to do certain things that have nothing to do with digestion. The swine are not. These animals are here to clean up. I know you guys think that, oh, they're good for, no, I mean, some of them look nice, maybe they're friendly, but no, man. And then it says here in verse Leviticus 11:9, these shall ye, hold on, no. Okay, yeah, these shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas and in the rivers, them shall ye eat. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas and the rivers, and all that move in the waters, of all any living thing which is in the waters, there shall be an abomination unto you. There shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses in abomination. You see this? Because it's fucking sick, bro. Like, you know, and I'm not trying to be a dick, bro. And I'm really trying to, like, really care for you, family. Like, this is not what we do. And we had these customs, fam. Like, you know what I mean? You should start really considering, like, what the fuck I'm saying, man. Because, like, I bring out so much information. I give you guys so many books. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I really reference everything I say. Like, these people here don't say stuff like this for no reason, okay? These people here, they don't say stuff like this for no reason. Do you understand? This is a guy glorifying their history. And within their glorification, look what they say in page 371. It says here, as a footnote to history, meaning, for one thing, make sure you write this down. We must record the fact. So this is factual. And they have control of facts, supposedly in this time, right? Okay. That the Indians in the Caribbean islands, this is a fact, where the flotilla first landed, this is a fact, were greeted in Hebrew. This is a fact. And in Arabic, this is a fact, by one Luis de Torres, a Jewish interpreter aboard the flagship. Why? Well, Columbus was certain that the natives spoke either Hebrew or Arabic.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Hold on a second.
Viva Mexico, cabrones!
Now, do they debunk it? No. It says it was Torres that incidentally who discovered maize and brought it to Europe. So casual and common, you know, like nothing else, saying like, yeah, we spoke Hebrew to them, semi-Arabic. We didn't really know because the 10 tribes of Israel departed after 535 BC. They weren't sure if it was around that time because obviously they weren't that old. But here they clarify and say in their footnote of fucking glory, by the way, it says also in their footnote, as a footnote to history, within their glory, we must record the fact that they spoke Hebrew to us. And because Columbus knew that we spoke Hebrew or Arabic. So, you know, when I say to you that, like, man, it matters what you're supposed to eat or not eat, I'm telling you, fam, this is going to disgust you. But I'm glad it does, because hopefully that I might actually change somebody's mind tonight. I might not change your mind of the stuff that I show you, but I may change your mind in the shit that you eat today. And that's the beginning of our heritage. Because I'm telling you, I haven't had pork or shrimp or nothing like that in almost, let's see, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 9 years. This is for Raza, bro. And Raza, you guys be eating this shit, bro. You guys be eating this fucking thing. Y'all love this shit. So this is for you, my brothers and sisters, bro. Like, this is not good, bro. This is not good. Don't even look at the biblical aspect of it. Just look at this shit right here. This is their job. Look, listen. I have a 125-gallon tank, okay? And all of these critters here, the crabs, the lobster, like the cleaner shrimp or the emerald shrimp, the emerald crab, or, all of these things are scavengers. They're there to clean up the shit. Whatever falls, whatever is dying, that's what they're there for. So I'm begging you, brethren, please stop eating this. Bro, and you know what, dude? As you shouldn't, man. Like, wait till you see the fucking pig video. You know what I'm saying? Wait till you see the pig video, bro. That's gonna blow your mind. There are reasons as to why a creator told us to watch and be mindful of the things that we eat. Do you get what I mean? I will say this, that the New Testament does have messages and metaphors. I love the one where it talks about the pigs. It's weird how the Spirit said, let me jump into the pigs. Don't kill me. Like, destroy me forever. Let me jump into the pigs. And then it jumps into the pigs, and then it goes and commits suicide. If it didn't want, quote unquote, the Messiah to be destroyed then that means that by him going into the flesh dies, but the spirit lives again. You see what I mean? The aspect of the spirit. So there are some things in there. Don't get me wrong. It's our job now at this point to start deciphering what exactly we are supposed to do. And there is nothing unrighteous that I'm suggesting for you to like not do. I'm not saying, oh, go fucking go get a prostitute. I'm not saying it. I'm telling you, bro, don't eat this shit no more. Like, let's start with that. Like, don't eat this no more. This is fucking bad, man. Watch this. This can kill you, bro. And you can kill your kids, and you can kill your wife. You know, you can kill your mom, your dad if you love them. Like, this is fucking real. Watch this. Pig right there. Pig meat. I get it. We all love this shit. Ceviche, fucking cóctel de camarón. We all love this, bro. But do you love your family? As a man, do you love discipline? I mean, seriously, because that's what the Most High is actually saying. Can you discipline yourself? Can you be an upright man? I mean, that's really what he's saying. Like, there's nothing else that the Most High is asking from you other than, can you be an upright man? Have you not seen the prophets, how they were upright men? Upright men, meaning like they did what they're supposed to do. Take care of the kids, take care of their family, you know, share what they can, share the message, sell what as best of their ability is. Well, whatever small amount of time it means to share whatever the Most High gives you, whatever it works. Like, you know, we all are given those gifts. Like, every one of us has been given that chance. And like, these men weren't doing this shit. They weren't doing this shit. How hard is this to like understand that there are worms in these fucking animals? There are worms. There are worms in the flesh of these animals. Okay, that you're eating, and they go into your body, and they can not always only stay in your fucking culo. You know what I mean? They can go into your fucking head. Do you understand that shit? That's real fucking talk. This is not a fucking joke, man. I know you guys are probably eating camarones that taste like fake, like the shit of the shoe, like the flavor of a shoe. I know you noticed that taste. I noticed that taste like 15 years ago, and it has to do with the sea, the smell of the sea, and also like artificial. They're artificially feeding these animals, so like you're not even fucking seeing it. Pay attention to this video right here. This is the most disgusting because like a lot of you brothers, like, you know, I did it myself. Don't fucking, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, no, I fucking did that shit. I was all stupid. Like, oh, let me go get some clams and shit for aphrodisiac purposes so I can, you know, fuck around and fuck all night. Like, stupid fucking mentality because somebody told me that that's what worked. Seriously. That's the only reason why I had it in my head, because somebody told me that that's what worked. And you know what they did? I ended up putting fucking worms in my body. No guarantee that you can kill those worms by boiling that shit, okay? I'm going to say that to you right now. There's no guarantee that you can kill the worms by boiling them. Oh, sorry, fam. Like, my daughter came over here to ask me to help her out with something. So now, before we finish, this is the point right here. See, this is what I'm saying. So now we saw an example of like how worms like defecate in your shit, and they'll eat the hell out of you. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, this is disgusting to me. Let me see if
Aloha and well, good evening. We're with
this guy right here. He's been feeding these people. Matter of fact, dude, let it play. Because I think the best way to teach my brethren is like how not to do something like that is by showing you not to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's I mean, like, come on, bro. This is nasty.
Aloha and well, good evening. We're with Miss Piggy, okay? And I've got a selection of food here, and this is an experiment we're going to do. And this experiment is to be able to find out what parasite's in control. Is because I'm going to show you in a second. They've been watching this food for a little bit, and they're going nuts. They're smelling, okay? And remember, we're talking about parasites here. And we're going to throw in a variety of food. I'll tell you in a second here. But there's a variety of food. There's bananas in here. Well, let's just go over whatever they're going to. These are bananas. This is coconut shavings. Okay, they love all this stuff. These are old bananas. This is molasses feed here with corn, sweet potatoes. Okay, and of course we did a video last night on radiation in fish, and I bought this just yesterday. And this thing here we filleted, and we did a real good video to show you about the radiation in fish. Just went down to the ocean today too, and was checking the radiation by the ocean. But I want you to look at this thing inside the neck, the mongoose. I had it outside, and this thing stinks, and flies are all on it and everything. They cleaned off every piece of meat.
Remember this, by the way, and you keep in mind that the example that this guy's given is the fact that he was given certain animals good, clean food. Okay, good, clean food.
Look around the ribs right here. Whoa, look at in the neck and around the neck. Okay, the top of the head. They ate every piece of flesh they could get, like right through there. Oh, okay. Now I'm going to throw this in last, but I want to show you. Remember,
this is what I'm saying. Yeah, well go ahead. I remember this video. Crazy, shows how your stomach can give you cravings and develop a mind of its own. Well, not necessarily, bro. Like that's well. No. That's not what he's saying. See, this mind that he has, this animal in his brain, right? For some fucking awkward reason, right? His mind is programmed to when he smells carcasses, you know, the smell of death for us is disgusting. For him, it's delicious, bro. And think about that for a moment. I've never smelled dead people, but I smelled dead meat, and it fucking stinks. This animal is programmed to smell that and to love it. And this is what I'm stressing of the fact that people eat this fucking animal. And brethren, y'all need to stop. Seriously, look, watch. He's going to show you an experiment. And this is an educated man in much better fucking shape than I am. But it's okay. I'm gonna catch up one of these days. Anyways, that's not the point. But that knows some shit. You know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, look, the brother even said that this video has been around for a while. I'm glad because it stands strong. We've seen it. I've been around these pigs. You know, I'm from Mexico. I went to the pueblos. I seen what they do. They live around their fucking shit. They eat their own shit. They eat their own fucking babies. Matter of fact, they'll fucking eat humans. I'm so fucking fat. So check it.
Blood eats blood. These guys are not carnivores. They are, but I don't feed them any flesh at all. They've just been having a vegetarian diet. Okay, but let's see what they want to eat. Remember, this is an experiment. And the experiment is they can eat anything they want here first. Let's see what parasite is in control first. Is it going to go ahead and be the stench?
But you see, that's the thing. He says, what parasite? And again, you know, you can relate to science, which I don't condemn you. You know what I mean? I guess it works in certain ways. But at the same time, Bible speaks of the nature of spirits within its flesh. He created certain things to do certain things. And the pig is here to do what it's supposed to do. And it's here to fucking clean house. It loves the smell of death. For him, the smell of death, it's like for us, burnt, delicious carne asada. You know what I'm saying? That's what he smells. Imagine fucking living like that. Oh, that's disgusting. That's why in those fucking scary movies and shit, you know what I'm saying? Like those movies about exorcism, you know, they talk about them eating like raw, stinky shit. Yeah, man. Think about it, bro. This is crazy shit. That's why I don't take too much. Let's put it this way. I don't disregard what the New Testament is saying, because by them saying that the Spirit said, send me to the fucking, you know, the pigs, you know what I mean? And he runs into the pigs, the Spirit runs into the pigs, and the pigs then go sacrifice themselves like unclean shit. Unclean spirits. There's a connection to unclean things. Regardless of what religion or faith you believe in, you should be watchful of unclean things.
Carcass they're going to want to eat? Shoot, you wouldn't eat this thing. Woof, stinks. Ugh, been sitting out in the sun all day. Now, I did this on purpose, is because this thing stinks. Want to see, remember, this is not fresh. Okay, this is nasty, stinky, full of flies all day, and everything's been chewing off it. I'm going to throw up this, of course, I got a glove on because I can't even stand the smell. So I'm going to throw in, okay, all of this, and I'm going to put this in last. But remember, the question is, what do you think is going to be eaten first? And remember, why is that? Is because, remember, these are mind-controlling parasites. And these parasites that live in the body, and you know that they've got a variety of the pig tapeworm, the whatever tapeworm they have in them. Okay, remember, they eat off the dirt, okay? And if you've got a tapeworm in you, okay, that's bloodsucker. And they want blood, and they will drink your blood, okay, inside your body, even if you don't feed them. But if they smell blood, they go nuts, like these guys. Now, remember, this is what they eat mostly. It's sweet potatoes, okay, and this type of cob seed, okay? And it's not organic. It's just basically it's hog food, okay? And I get these up the street. These are Okinawan purple potatoes, and they're full of protein and stuff. So this is what they eat. And these, of course, are free, given to us. And I'm just going to throw these in there. I'm going to see if they want to eat anything. Okay, look, smells it, doesn't even want to look at it. You know what they want? I'll tell you. And they don't eat meat. Let's throw all that in there.
So just consider that for a moment, fam. Man, this is why Sirach 6. This is why Sirach 6, 1 and 2 talks about instead of a friend, become not an enemy, for thereby thou shalt inherit all an ill name, shame, reproach. Even so shall a sinner that had a double tongue. Right? So there was a time where I was like, you know, like, hey man, my point is fucking, you know, I'm not trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be an enemy. I'm just trying to show you guys facts. Okay? Like, that's one thing I want to make sure that you guys understand. Verse 2, exalt not thyself in the counsel of thy own heart. Like, it's such a reminder. Sometimes the ego gets in the way. That thy soul be not torn in pieces as a bull straying alone. So when I show you guys these things, it's not because I think I'm better than you, because I understand the Bible better than you. And like, oh, look at, nah, man, I'm not doing that. Like, I sincerely, I like, this is 9 years already of not eating any pig, any shellfish, any shrimp, no clam, nothing. No animal that cleans the earth. Let's put it that way. Find out which animals clean the earth, and those are the animals that I don't eat. And so should you not eat too. Because watch this. This is nuts. Unlike you and I, right? Like, for example, as some of us who have gained weight, lost weight, or exercise, not exercise. I've been those people, right? So when it's time for me to stop eating something, I can stop eating something. Like, I can do that. I was supposedly vegan for like 8 months. I stopped eating meat for a long time. Like, the point being is, with us, we can change that. What he's saying is that there's like this worm and no. That's their nature. And I need you to pay attention to this. Because this is not your nature. This is not what we do as people, family. We don't eat each other. We don't share this type of ecosystem. This is the plumbing system, okay, of natural humanity. Like, this is the plumbing system of everything that you know of life. Do not eat this animal anymore. Okay? Because maybe there'll be a time where shit's going to hit the fan and like there'll be no plumbing system anymore. And guess who's going to clean your shit? Is this fucking animal right here. Because back in the day, all you needed was a pig, a couple cows, a horse or two, your wife, your kids. And why did you need the pig for? So you could eat your shit and clean up your whole fucking clap. Because you needed to have a fucking bathroom. And guess who ate the shit?
Okay? Okay, now they're going to eat that. Okay, now watch what happens. We're going to go ahead. They're going to change tunes here in a sec. I already know what they're going to do. I'm going to throw this one over there. And they're getting a variety of stuff. Look. Okay? And the real stinky stuff, you know what they do? They roll in it. They don't eat it. They roll in it first. Now here it goes. Watch. I'm going to throw it way over here. See if anybody wants that. Well, let's see. He's joking over there on the dry food because he's eating it too fast. Yeah, look at you. Look at him. He's going to go throw up. I know. It's stuck in your throat. Run. Get it going. Remember, he's not breathing right now. He's got it stuck in his throat. Look. I know. You ate the dry stuff too quick, brother. Yeah, you're better now. Dedu, you don't want that fish? She didn't smell it yet. Let's see what this one smells. Now she's back. Now she's going to go back to it. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Okay. She can eat anything she wants. And this one hasn't got the taste yet, because if Nanu knows that she's eating something better than that, then Nanu is going to...
By the way, you guys know that never give your dogs fish like that, because it'll fuck up their teeth or their mouth. This animal does not do that. You need to understand that this is not part of you. When you relate yourself to this shit, gente, my friend, my family, please stop eating this fucking thing. Look, and I can show you guys how to make some fucking carnitas without having to use pork meat. There's a process that you're supposed to do with like cow meat, I guess. You boil it and then you refry it, but there's a specific piece of meat where you do that with. I did it. Man, it's just disgusting, dude. Stop.
Steal it from her, because she's the head alpha there. Okay? Look. Listen to the bone crushing. Oh! Okay, now these guys, remember, have better noses than a bloodhound. They have stronger jaws than a Rottweiler. These are very, very strong predators. She's 300 plus pounds. Okay, look at them, chewing the bones down, swallowing everything whole.
Hear what he said? These are very strong predators. So the only reason why you get the chance to fucking eat this pig, fam, it's because you have him isolated and other people help you. But if you had one-on-one with him, he'll fucking eat you. And you're eating him, he will eat you and digest you the same fucking day. This is a disgusting meat. Please wake up.
They're scavengers. You eat the pig, remember that. You guys are eating pig, all I can say is this is what pigs do. They eat anything. Rotten, that's rotten flesh. And they're loving it. Look. Get it, Dua? You like that? Oh, look, they got potatoes. they got that sweet full of molasses, real sweet. Okay, and then they've got this.
He points out like he's been raising these animals to eat all that good stuff. And they're like, fuck the good stuff. I want to go back to what I am built to be. I am built to clean house. I am here to eat raw, stinky, dead meat. His carne asada is your carne asada. Do you understand? But those are the opposites. You understand what I'm saying? So if you like dead people and the smell of it like Jeffrey Dahmer, then that's basically the pig's carne asada, bro.
What she was loving is because that's all our leftover salads, just things I know they love. Look, bananas in there. And they went right to the flesh, not because they like it, because the parasites inside them control them to feed. Remember, there's...
And again, that's the scientific opinion, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But we got the understanding, at least I like to believe it, how it tells us here. And you know what? It's just so funny, man. Did it take science to write this? No. It just simply said, look, listen, make sure that you do this. Leviticus 11:3, whatsoever parted the hoof and is cloven-footed and cheweth the cud among the beasts, that ye shall eat. So, cloven-footed and a hoof, that's a cow. Chew the cud, meaning like digest it properly. Among the animals, we can eat that. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divided the hoof, as a camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divided not the hoof, he is unclean. So it's saying like, yo, listen, the camel, like, you know, he digests his food properly, but his feet are not like cut in the middle, right? To simplify it. Here, I'll do it like this. Fuck. Might as well do it like that. Then it says here, then it's, but you must not eat camels, rock badgers, or rabbits. These must be considered unclean. They chew the cud, but do not have divided hoof. Now, I'm going to say this to you. Why should we not eat them? I believe that it's because they're here for a proper dosage of the earth. Like the way that the ground moves and the way that the plants and the seasons and the cold weather and the root and the, you know what I mean? Like and certain worms, like everything matters in this movement of our world, right? And then it says here, these must be considered unclean. They chew the cud, but do not have divided hoof. Then it says, do not eat pigs. They must be considered unclean. They have divided hooves, but do not chew the cud, right? They do not eat these animals or even touch their dead bodies. They are unclean. Okay, so that, you know, that's another point. But why does he say this right here? They don't chew the cud, meaning that they don't digest stuff properly. Like they eat like you and I. And you know, like if you have a bad day, you're going to have diarrhea and you probably will shit the same shit you ate the same day. And that's what it's talking about. So like the way that our body functions, it has to be given its proper organisms. It needs water, it needs plants, it needs meat. It doesn't need digestive systems outside of you because you have your own digestive system. That's what it's talking about. You see what I mean? Pigs are digestive systems, shrimp, all of those things. We have our own. Why the fuck would we rely on that?
There's a hierarchy. We talk about this all the time. A hierarchy of parasites. Oh, look at that. Going nuts. eating everything down to the bone. There won't be a piece there. That head, I want to see what they're going to do with that. Okay, so this is the game. The game is real simple. Parasites that live in the body have a hierarchy. Okay, sugar parasites eat last because they're lowest on the totem pole. They're yeast, mold, fungus, and candida. Just like a person. Remember, what do you eat first at the table? You eat and drink. You eat dead carcass and drink blood. You eat your meat first. Yes, you do. It's the first thing you want on that table. Let's say you haven't eaten in a couple of days, you're fasting, and you put a smorgasbord out there of food. You got sweet stuff, you got cakes, ice cream, you got maybe soups, you got chicken, fish, you got everything out there that you can imagine on a smorgasbord, a variety of food. And remember, the experiment is, okay, let's see what parasite feeds first. And I know which one will feed first. The ones that eat meat. They are the highest on the totem pole in the body or the hierarchy of mind-controlling parasites. They need to be fed. Look at these guys. They're eating every bone, everything, and they've got all this beautiful stuff sitting here, and I want it. Okay? And you guys don't even know. I figured, they'll just smell it just because it's an experiment. Remember, pigs. If you're eating pig, guys, I can just tell you this. You're making a big mistake. Remember, pig.
Here's what he's talking about. If you're eating pig, you're making a big mistake. Now, you guys already know, bro. Hardly nobody watches this channel. And I'm glad. The only people that watch this channel is Raza. Predominantly Raza that watches this channel. A couple of fucking enemies and shit. You know, maybe they like what I do. But to predominantly Raza. And I'm telling you right now, listen to what he's saying, fam. Fuck, man.
Is the dirtiest animal.
It's time to start cleaning up, bro. Let that shit go. These guys are here to watch.
Everything, and they've got all this beautiful stuff sitting here, and I want it. Okay? And you guys don't even know what that is. Okay? Never even had fish. They've had to throw a rat in there one time, and they ate it. It was a dead rat they got off of a rat trap. And I just threw it in there just to see what they would do. They're pigs. They rolled in it, and they ate it and fought over this nasty with maggots in it. And I just threw it in there. I figured, they'll just smell it just because it's an experiment. Remember, pigs. If you're eating pig, guys, I can just tell you this. You're making a big mistake. Remember, the pig is the dirtiest animal in the world. It'll eat anything and anything. Remember, a cow only eats grass. Okay? It doesn't eat corn or anything, or wheat or soy, but it's a vegetarian. You eat animals, okay, that are scrappers, then you get all the parasites that live in the pig. Remember, the pig tapeworm is bad arse tapeworm. And maybe we'll go ahead and put a picture in this in the video here. The pig tapeworm. If you've had pig, and maybe not, it doesn't matter. If you've got an egg and they secrete out 200,000 to 300,000 eggs a day, and the pig tapeworm has to go through 5 different cycles in your body. It starts in your stomach, it goes and bores out into the small intestine to the liver, it goes to the liver, makes a house of babies, and then it goes back into the bloodstream, it goes to your brain. Okay, you got lesions in your brain, you got certain things on x-rays. These are the tapeworms. They control different parts of your body by having children that this alien goes in different parts of your body. Goes in the liver, makes babies, goes back in the bloodstream, goes into the brain maybe for next, and makes babies. Then once it's made babies in there.
We can go that far. We can. Hold on a second. I want to show you this part here. I need you to understand what this animal does. Listen, man. Okay, I'll show you like this. Okay, ¿cómo se llama esa pinche? Okay, matter of fact, let me play this, and I'm going to show you what meat you're supposed to use to make carnitas after you boil it.
Oh, okay. Look at the teeth on that thing, and that was an amberjack. If you haven't seen any of the videos on radiation detection in Hawaii, watch all the videos, and then we have another one where we're checking radiation in fish and other areas of Hawaii. But you can see these guys here are being controlled by the blood-sucking parasites because that's what they're eating, is flesh and blood. And these are the parasites. What you eat is what you are. And remember, they're pig-headed little minds. They're called swine for a reason. And that's why a lot of, well, Earth humans are called swine. They're called minions, mundanes, okay? You eat the pig and so shall you be genetically modified by the pig and also the parasites that live in the pig. So I just wanted to go ahead and show you. It was a simple experiment. What's going to feed first? And what's going to feed first, I'll tell you. Okay, is what is in hierarchy the strongest? No, these tapeworms aren't strong. Remember, they're controlling your mind. They're only giving, they're only telling this mind that they live in, because they're connected in your neural nets, they're connected in your nerves, and they're telling this animal what it needs to feed first. So if you can get that in your head, okay, remember, there's hierarchies of parasites, and the one on the bottom of the totem pole, you should guess and see what it is. What do you think it is? At the end of your meal, what do you want? You eat chicken, steak, potatoes, fried, whatever, okay? Maybe you're going to have a big salad, maybe you're going to have whatever, okay? But what?
I promised you I would deliver, and I fucking delivered. So, you know what I mean? I'm going to show you what you're supposed to do if you want carnitas and shit, and you don't want to eat pork no more, all right? There's a secret right here. So at Costco, you don't have to buy this whole big ass piece. But this is it. No, not Angus. No, not this Angus, dude. What are you talking about? Watch this real quick. There is a certain meat that I bought at Costco, okay? And it was one of those fat pieces. Like something like this, okay? I don't want to say it's exactly this Angus beef, but at Costco, it's about this long and it's got fat around it, okay? Now, what I did, or what we did, is we boiled that piece of shit right there. Like that piece of shit. Sorry. I'm gonna get something now. That piece of meat. We boiled it. We boiled it. Something like this. Something to do with like this one or this. I know that you find it at Costco, man, and I'm telling you right now that there was like a big piece and it has like a lot of fat around it. So you boiled it, okay? Once you boil it, all right, it gets soft and really, you season it. Of course you have to season it, okay? You have to season it. Like make sure you season it. Once you take it out of the boiling, the seasoning, it tastes really good. Then you refry it. Like you fry it again. You know what I'm saying? Like go out there and get yourself a nice little oil that you prefer. Like obviously not manteca, but you fry it. And when you fry it, it gives you that carnitas flavor. Do you understand? Yeah. You're laughing at me. Man, I'm just trying to help, bro. Trying to help, bro. Shit. I'm trying to help you guys. Nah, I know you ain't laughing at me. It's because you guys can't do this shit no more, bro. And I know how good this meat tastes. Like, this is delicious fucking carnitas is the bomb. And, you know, like, it's hard to get rid of, like, what do you call it? The adobada and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to get rid of that. We have to find a way to find the same taste within the same meat, you know what I'm saying? But separate from this meat. It's possible. Somebody help us. Come on, Raza. Y'all should know it, man. You know how we are. We are very capable. We need to change this shit. I'm telling you, just boil the meat that I showed you and fry it, and you're going to find out how it tastes like carnitas way.
What do you want after you're done with your meal? Dessert. And what is it? Sweet. You just had 2 plates of food. What, you're making room for what? No, the parasites at the bottom of the system, yeast, mold, fungus, and candida, they need to feed, and they are patient. No, they're not. They are in a hierarchy, and those that are fed are now satisfied, and they will feed again. Okay? But the ones that haven't been fed are what? Feeding last. And that's why a lot of people put sugar in their foods. So it's like you don't have dessert. You feel very satisfied. Okay? Sour, pungent, okay, sweet. Okay, these are all some of the things that give you satisfaction. Okay, when you eat, it stops you from feeling like you want any more because you had the sweet, the sour, the bitter. Okay, you had all these things present in your food. That's why you put condiments on stuff. This is the reason being. Sometimes you like spicy, whatever it is. So these guys here, remember, they're not controlled by what we like. They are controlled by what lives inside them. And end of story. So I just wanted to show you. They won't even stop. And look, they're pigs. They will eat until everything's gone. And they're not fighting over this. It's because the fish split in 2. If not, Nanu would go ahead and not let her daughter here, who's about 2 years old. Nanu's about 7, and she's pretty skinny right now. Okay, I've been thinning her up because she was a fat pig before, as you can say, obese pig. So we're going to let her go in the wild pretty soon, and she's like 7. I'm not sure how much longer, but she's not the best now anymore as far as her psychology. And remember, you are what you eat, you are what you say, you are what you drink, you are what you do. So be careful of that and understand that if you eat the pig and they eat genetically modified food like wheat, corn, soy, that's been genetically modified, the genetic modification of that food they're eating, which is not natural to them, okay, is now genetically modifying all of their body. And if you eat the flesh, now the genetically modified organism that's genetically modified and or, well, changed their cellular structure, their original DNA, when you eat it, it does it to yours too. It goes down the line. It doesn't stop. Let's say, real quick, and we'll stop this video just so you understand it. Look, let's say this part here, we're growing all organic food. Okay, we're not using pesticides, insecticides, herbicides, and we're using all heirloom seeds. Now, and let's say we're just doing organic corn or soybeans or whatever it is. And the guy next door in the farm, because this is how it works, this farm next door uses pesticides, insecticides, and herbicides and fungicides right next door. And I'm talking that fence line. And those seeds blow into this place and they hybridize all the heirloom seeds in this side of the garden. And now you don't have any real natural seeds anymore. It's because the genetically modified seeds keep on genetically modifying. They don't know when to stop. And so everything that eats them, or any time it grows, it changes. That seed basically now becomes the hierarchy. This is why I don't like genetically modified food. So if you are what you eat, say, drink, and do, then definitely I would not, if you're eating flesh, eat the pig. Okay, I went from swine down to beef when I was cutting. Remember, I was sick. I had a tumor the size of a tangerine in my. I started cutting it down. I figured out nothing more than I poisoned myself by trying to be a bodybuilder, by eating all this meat, all these eggs, okay, all this.
Family, I did this video a long time ago, and it was actually regarding the topic. You know, obviously, you know, some of the stuff that I talk about in here currently may confuse y'all. But at this time, I did a class exactly about this topic here. Hold on.
Making no money from it. I'm not giving you guys.
All right, so it was exactly regarding unclean food, okay?
All right. That.
So I'm gonna go over some stuff from the past, but it's relating to the topic. So just listen to me. Just hear me out, fam. Because if relating to the topic, I'm not even going too far off. I'm gonna bring a lot of scriptures to this point, okay? So just hear me out, please. It means a lot, please.
Blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us. Now, the question is, what does ordinances mean, right? Let's touch on that first.
Hold on, let me get a little bit ahead.
Ordinances. Sovereign society did away with this.
There it goes right here. There it goes right here.
Okay. So now we see that we're philosophy.
There it goes.
What you're seeing is a pig, a swine, eating the chickens and the crap. Excuse my language, and the shit. Watch it a couple times. Look at that. He's drinking his own feces, his own defecation. Look, there's a little chick. He was eating a chick already, and he's just ate that chick. Now remember, these guys don't chew the cud, meaning regurgitate their food. It's like humans, man. They eat once and then they just comes out. So a lot of toxins are stuck in their body. You Hebrews.
And listen, that bestiality mentality that animal has, that's a spirit that he carries. That's not, you know, like the guy tried to say there was a worm. No, that's how they conduct themselves. That's a spirit that animal carries. And you want to eat his meat. You want to eat his meat. Do you understand how fucking wicked that is? Raza, wake the fuck up. You need to figure out another way to make your delicious meats, because you are eating spirits. I'm not fucking lying to you. You're eating spirits.
There's a reason why we have ordinances, why we're still under the moral, civil, ceremonial, and dietary law. These animals are horrific, man. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all the video. These guys are like, I guess, Islam, but it doesn't matter to me. I like the message, okay? Watch what he says. I almost forgot. Give me a second. Give me a second. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles, nor does Bible Chronicles claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any, let me move this up a little bit. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make any use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States Copyright Law states that material in use can only be done when it's for theological and general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, so I wanted to get that out the way. Watch this, guys. This is horrific, man. All right. So again, we're on the same subject here. We're still talking about the same subject. We have not swayed from the subject. Okay, remember that. Colossians 2:16. The Christians are saying that because of that, you can't judge them in meats or in drinks or in anything that has to do with that. Okay, so keep that in mind. That's the topic. It means what? You can eat pork. You can celebrate Christmas. You can celebrate New Year's. What else? You can celebrate any holiday that you want. Give me a second. What else? You can celebrate any holiday that you want. You could pretty much celebrate any holiday you want, right? That's what it all leads down to. That's at the end of the day, it comes down to that. Okay. So let's watch the video, guys. Seriously, look. Listen, it's 11 minutes, but I'm gonna cut into pieces. I want y'all to pay attention. If whoever that's new watching this class or new to the truth or anything like that, and you believe you're a Hebrew and you're still trying to find yourself, all praises to the Most High God. If you're a Hispanic or so-called Native Indian or so-called Hispanic of the indigenous descent, you guys are the real Hebrews of the Bible. Okay, I have other classes that prove that we have a very deep connection to Abraham, literally. Okay, so trust me. And I'm going to show y'all something about me, because I know that the black-only Israelites are like, oh, well, what about DNA? And you guys, okay, fine. I'm going to show you who I am. And I'm even going to show you my slave name, because I don't care. I got nothing to hide. Trust me, guys. I've been through the bottom. I already deal with the laws and everything. I got nothing to hide. I pay my bills on time. I don't know the IRS. I don't know anybody, anything. I don't have any crimes anymore. All praises to the Most High that He strengthened my life. And because of that, I got nothing to hide. Okay, so now let's watch. This is disgusting. So you guys are still eating pork. I'm not going to lie to you. Pork is delicious. It was. I'm not going to lie. But look at this. Remember, deception.
Allah has forbidden everything that harms the body and the mind and saps the strength. Everything that is harmful to a person is not permitted. Allah says in the Quran, say, O Muhammad, peace be upon him, I do not find within.
Remember, guys, this isn't what I agree with, but again, the message is important, okay? I couldn't find anything better. This guy really went into this, man. I really liked the graphic, because I had another video. Real quick, the other video has a guy where he literally fed pigs for a whole year since they were born, fruits, vegetables, and everything that was good, right? Like what we would prefer. Well, guess what? After a year, he said, listen, guys, look, I've done this. I'm going to show y'all something. That's why you're not supposed to eat pig. He gave him the good food, and then he brought a carcass of just raw meat and then fish, old fish. He threw the meat and the fish, rotten, stinking, man, like dead. They stopped eating the good food, and they actually looked like they enjoyed the dead carcass more than the good food, and they never went back to the good food. I'm telling you, man, the mindset of these animals is extremely, extremely disgusting, which is why the Most High said, don't touch the swine. No matter what, no matter who tries to deceive you, that animal will destroy you. Because remember, we're spiritual people.
In that which was revealed to me, anything forbidden to one who would eat it, unless it be a dead animal, or blood spilled out, or the flesh of the swine, but indeed it is impure. There are reasons that the meat of the pigs become more saturated with toxins than many of its counterpart farm animals. The first reason has to do with the digestive system of a pig. Pigs are the filthiest animals on earth, with the most parasites and diseases than any other animal that mankind consumes. Pigs are commonly associated with eating not only their own feces, but of other animals and humans. In parts of the third world, it is the best scavenger known that exists in the villages that do not have modern toilets, and the villages excrete in open air. Excreta is cleared by pigs. Pig farm with 5,000 animals produces as much fecal waste as a city of 50,000 people. A pig digests whatever it eats rather quickly, in up to about 4 hours. On the other hand, cow takes a good 24 hours to digest what it's eaten. During the digestive process, animals, including humans, get rid of excess toxins as well as other components of the food eaten that could be dangerous to health. Pigs' bodies contain many toxins, worms, and latent diseases. Although some of these infestations are harbored in other animals, modern veterinarians say that pigs are far more predisposed to the illnesses than any other animal.
You guys hear that? Pigs' bodies contain many toxins, worms, latent diseases. Although some of these infections are harbored in other animals, modern veterinarians say that the pigs are far more predisposed to this illness than any other animal. Watch this real quick. This is part of the topic, guys. I'm telling you. Watch this. Illness among Hispanics. Hispanics' common illnesses are obesity, diabetes, hypertension, blood pressure, chronic disease, kidney liver. The chronic liver disease, that's from alcohol. Okay? Kidney disease, that's from alcohol. We have a lot of alcoholics, and look, it even says it right there. I have a sister that's having issues right now because of that. So when you talk about hypertension, diabetes, and obesity, heart disease, and all those things, right? All of that has to do with this pig because of the actual disease that it carries. So we need to be mindful, and that's why we need to stress this to our family members. I know that they may not believe, but be patient with them and continue to show them things like these. If it's not going to be the Bible, at least use some other material that'll put the fear of God in them. You know what I'm saying? Look at this disgusting thing.
Just help them. Just fucking help them. Even if they don't believe in what you believe, just help your family. It's not complicated.
This could be because pigs like to scavenge and will eat any kind of food. Since the pig's digestive system operates rather basically, many of these toxins remain in the system to be stored in more than adequate fatty tissues. Pigs.
So let's read it. Where does it say that in the Bible? All right, let's go to Leviticus chapter 11 real quick. All right, so it's going to be the dietary laws. Leviticus 11. Excuse me real quick. I had to scratch my eye. Sorry. Leviticus 11. Let's go to verse verse 7. It says, and the swine, though he divided the hoof, though he divided the hoof and be cloven-footed, yet he chew not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh ye shall not eat, and their carcasses shall ye not touch. They are unclean to you. Now, what it means by not touching means that as long as you don't have an intent to eat it, you can touch it. But you can't touch dead animals if you have an intent to eat it. Okay? Or because remember, what if a dead animal dies in front of your door and it happens to be a pig? Are you not going to touch it? Of course not. You're going to touch it because you're going to grab it and throw it away. It's the intent. Of the flesh you shall not eat. Okay? So it's because it doesn't regurgitate its food. This is a disgusting animal. Watch.
Also do not have any sweat glands. Sweat glands are a tool for the body to get rid of toxins. This leaves more toxins in the pig's body. The pork and swine industry has been continually plagued.
So that's the industry. Watch this real quick. I think it's here.
Difficult to kill, even when cooking. This is
there you go.
Yesenia. Surprising new investigation on even pigs that are carefully reared to this day by wide.
Let's just
the pork and swine industry has been continually plagued and continues to be so to this day by a wide variety of hazardous infections and diseases. Even pigs that are carefully reared in pig farms are still affected. According to the surprising new investigation on pigs that were raised in the US, 69% of all raw pork samples tested, nearly 200 samples in total, were contaminated with dangerous bacteria.
Wow, you guys see that? Dangerous bacteria, Yersinia. What? Let me see that.
Enterocolitica.
Okay, let me spell that out real quick. Let me see what that is. Yersinia enterolitica. Okay. So this here, it is, oh my God, it looks ridiculously crazy. You see, guys, we have to touch on everything, man, because we're supposed to educate our children. See, our children are going to need these kind of questions. They're going to need these answers. So why not prepare for it? Like, Dad, why can't I eat pork? It sounds like it tastes so good, man. Everybody's eating in pepperoni. That's what you explain. Look at this. I'm not going to read all that. That's not what the class is about. But this is serious stuff, guys. Remember this. I'm going to remind you of the importance of what we're supposed to teach our children. That also includes the dietary law, right? Dietary law says what? To teach our children, right? Not to eat certain things. Deuteronomy 6:7, it says, "And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up." Okay? So this is how you build a house. You start talking to your children about these particular things. Like, listen, son, listen, daughter, you can't have these foods. The Bible says this. Look, I'm going to show you a video. Watch this. This is disgusting. And you plant this. Look, listen, I'll tell you. When I was 12 years old, my mother took me to some like Christian retreat, right? And in that retreat, man, they talked to us about abortion. I never forgot about abortion. Ever since then, I was like, oh, I'm so against it because it was so shocking to my little brain, man. So you got to do the same for your children. You got to be obviously prudent. Don't go showing some crazy. But this is going to make sense. Show them the scriptures. This is how you build your house. This is how you get things in order. You start showing them the little small details on how we are supposed to change our lives. Listen, son, listen, daughter, we don't eat pig because the Bible said so. Here's what God says. You love God? Yes, I do. Okay, perfect. Now let me show you a video. Watch. These are solutions, guys. This is how we're going to build our family back. It starts with our children. It starts in our home. Forget trying to teach somebody in the street, man. If you're like two years in the truth, if your family don't believe, what's the point? What is the point?
Which causes fever and gastrointestinal illnesses with diarrhea, vomiting, and stomach cramps. Pigs carry a variety of parasites in their bodies and meat. Some of these parasites are difficult to kill, even when cooking. This is the reason there are so many warnings out there about eating undercooked pork. Pork poses certain health risks from bacteria and resistant bacteria that causes infection and viruses. Shocking new research has shown that millions of people are living with parasites inside them from eating pork.
Hey, listen, guys, this is very true because there's a lot of children. My wife, she studies this, and a lot of children have bacteria in their butt. That's why they're always itchy. I'm telling you, man, this stuff is crazy.
Some of the deadliest parasites found in humans that consume pork. Pork tapeworm parasite, Taenia solium. The pork tapeworm is number 1 in top 10 list of foodborne parasites in the world, affecting 50 million people worldwide.
That's exactly what it looks like, okay? That's exactly what it looks like. It attaches itself to you. Tapeworm. The pork tapeworm is number 1 in top list of foodborne parasites in the world, affecting 50 million people worldwide. Listen, in Mexico, they have all kinds of pork meat, tripitas, right? What is it called? Adobada? Carnitas? Pork is a big deal in Mexico. Worldwide, killing 50,000 people each year worldwide through these figures are both likely to be underestimated according to the research. Yeah, because you guys have the commandments. Well, guess what? The Most High is going to punish you first. Because, for example, Asians they can eat anything, man. Look, they're thin. They live a long time. Why? Because they don't have the judgments.
Killing 50.
No offense. That's their heritage. This is ours.
1,000 people each year worldwide. Though these figures are both likely to be underestimated according to the researchers. Tapeworm infections are common in Asia, Africa, the Philippines, South America, parts of the southern Europe, and pockets of North America. The pork tapeworm can affect your heart, brain, lungs, and diaphragm. In 60% of the diagnosed cases of pork tapeworm, the victim has cysts inside the brain, and with the cysts in the brain, you get seizures, coma, hallucinations, or even possible death. The pork.
Let's read the law again. This is why, guys, I'm telling you, man, the Most High had, listen, if you cannot see the beauty of being Hebrew, I don't know what to tell you, man. Well, I'm going to read you something after this too. Deuteronomy 4 is going to be, but here's Leviticus 7. And the swine, though he divided the hoof, and be cloven footed, yet he chewed not the cud, he is unclean, because he's not like a cow where he has like, I guess, a couple stomachs, right? He eats it, chews it, spits it out, passes it to another stomach, and then what it does is it allows all the food to absorb. It digests the food properly, so then the whole body absorbs all the food. So we have the same issue. We don't absorb all the food sometimes. Some of us are sick like that. We're no different than the body of a pig, to be honest with you. That's why, listen, let me go to Deuteronomy 4 because I don't want to get off topic. I was going to bring something else. Deuteronomy 4, it says here, Deuteronomy 4 and 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. This right here. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of all the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. Why? Because we're not going to be, dealing with, we're going to be listening to the Most High. You see, it's not about being the fastest, the strongest, the most fit. No, it's about being wise and knowing what to do and what not to do, regardless of influences.
Tapeworm form cysts inside the tissue of the pig. When the human eats pork, they get infected. Adult tapeworms living inside the intestines of humans produce up to 50,000 eggs each.
Here, man, I gotta read it. Watch this. This is why we have the same, almost a similar body structure, man. The similar internal organs. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 18. And I said in my heart concerning the state of the sons of men, that God might manifest them, and that they might see that they themselves are beasts. Hold on. So remember, guys, when it comes to processing food, we're not supposed to do this, man. So let's enough of this video. Let's go into the class now. Give me a second here real quick. All right, let me do this. All right, now let's go to 1 John. Now we're going to get into scriptures, okay? Most of it is going to be scriptures now. We're no more videos at this point. Book of John, chapter 7, verse 38. And it reads, okay? He that believeth on me, as the scriptures have said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. Meaning what? Proper scripture, proper understanding, being able to discern, being able to finding sense out of things, right? Like Job says, Job says, where are you at? I think it's this one. Job 8 and 8. It says, inquire, pray thee. No, that's not it. Which one is it? That's it. Joshua 1:8. Joshua 1:8, and it reads, this book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but shall meditate therein day and night, and that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. Okay. You go back to John. That wasn't the scripture I was looking for. Let's see. Let me go back to John. You know how the scripture, the Most High, man, he literally puts them in your mind, and then boop, they leave, and then you pray that they come back. So what I typically do to remember is I read it again. John 7:38. It says, and he that believeth on me, as the scriptures had said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. Okay. So again, this is a proper understanding of the scriptures. This is being able to that's it. I remembered distinctly. Hold on. Distinctly. Give me a second. Distinct.
All right, fam. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna cut it off now. All right. So you guys have a good night. Thank you very much for sticking around. Thank you for getting edified. You let some other these channels know, man, that if they want to debate what I have to say, they're more than welcome. It's not that difficult. It's not that complicated. It's kind of like what we say. We can just talk about it.
Anyways, cuídense, familia. Okay, I'm gonna play you some of the songs that I like. Has nothing to do with raza or not. I just like some of these songs. All right, you guys take care.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibuja en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulú. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arde por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Man, like I told you, I'm just gonna play some songs, man, that I like, you know what I mean? And then we'll be out. So hope you guys appreciate it. All right.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Eleve mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjeme decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un style. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tenía, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tienes que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco's mob, negro, yeah. Cinco's mob, nigga, yeah. Nero Luigi, man, Incas mob, yeah. It's Money Gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete capaz de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy su patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Reyes, papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base.
Y va de nuevo mi Tony.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si nos topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. En sí da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate,
no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón, como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México, cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Unas Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, los machirones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ donde que los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't vaya sitting number for everything. Rock you in the studio. Bomba, claro.
¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, ya no veas sitio, no microphone forever, never. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari, my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn, ribby day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, international, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Not really easy.
No, no, no. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a rasta feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, aquí vinimos that's so real. Love was man, I never be, I never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
خواتي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هلي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري خواتي شو من حالي شو من حالي هلي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente, con el sol en el horizonte, pude hacer algo para calmar en mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, viviendo alto siempre, burro cubimba, y es que todo por la familia, burro cubimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Burro cubimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burro cubimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir.
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia. Familia, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nueva escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like si de Stallone. Esos tics van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Por connection Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie aérea de París, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, píalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos a brillar. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los Magna de Boss Final. Disparo millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas, tres donos nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a las partículas, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y poner ritmo y los manos dentro de cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina? Va a probarla. Tole aquel en el party donde se gata. What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma. Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, aquí vinimos that's so real. Love was man, I never be, I never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. son familia, ya no maniga.
Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, magna que to life, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué to life, fire them. I could stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clad. Bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rastaman or Illuminati play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clad. Bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. Pure nego is familia. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Es el que está a la mínima. Familia. Compactar más cristaleras. Familia. Rasta y Zion, familia. Magna boy que te aplasta, nego. Yeah, man, real bombo clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby them. Hey. La. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe. Viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre los sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humor esteblón. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. One I can get respect from volume 8. My niggas on volume 8, this is K on the studio respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio of the on. And when I can just put nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them. Ah. Bye. nigga on a microphone. Studio of Kion, gangsta song. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Escucha a Dios si aún estás por este mundo. Voy a robarte tan solo 3 segundos. Quiero mandar tu mensaje muy profundo y pedirte disculpas por si me confundo. Soy un humano más que vaga en estos páramos, que se pregunta qué pasa si nos amáramos. Pero la guerra nos separa, así que páranos y únenos de nuevo, por favor, como quisiéramos. Ve al humano maltratar a su mujer, divisa al pueblo roto por su falta de poder. Sigo viendo al niño muriendo sin comer y al rico atragantarse tan solo por placer. Quedamos pocos mensajeros del honor, fieles servidores del humano con valor, nobles narradores de palabra con amor. Solo faltas tú para guiar nuestro interior. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Sé que no es fácil nadar en estas aguas, ni mantener el rumbo en este sin razón. Sé que me quemo si camino en la fragua. Este es mi deber cuando recibí mi don. Podría hablar sobre coches y dinero, pero no quiero, por eso soy la voz del guero. Prefiero mantener mi arte mensajero, luchar junto al humilde para destruir el clero. Unos tienen tanto y otros quieren tan poco. Esta melodía me está volviendo loco. Pido a Kion que limpie lo que toco. Él destruye el muro en el que normalmente choco. La tierra muere y morirá callada. Creaste un suelo de arena malgastada. Nos diste ciencia y eso no te avala. Ella da respuestas, tú no dices nada. Sé que mi fe no va mal, pero aquí debajo todo sigue igual. Luchamos por vivir algo que es normal. Por eso lo divino jamás será mortal. Oh, my nigga, feel the rasta, pure nigga, no más nigga. Hey, escuela, haciendo fresco lo que siento desde el alma. Nego, lo siento. Lo sé, señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. My brother come over, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Clean the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is slower. Clean the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Represent, can't away a city from president. Oh, gangsta shit, gangsta style, gangsta pure nigga, Kion in Selassie. I represent, soldier. My brother come over, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over, it's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower.
Que toques el cielo, pero no el suelo, sí que créetelo. Quítate el velo velozmente, bro. Vívete tu sueño, pero despierta a la hora que toca. Esa hora, motherfucker, wake up.
Yo me meo en tu cubata antes. Bebo matar ratas con tan. Vaya al bosque a lo Tarzán mientras enlazan. Fraternidad en casa con su polo, colisteras trenas. Te han dejado en el desván de su pensar un mar de ideas. Con grandes ideas ardiendo en chimeneas antiguas. Ríe Dios al ver que te santiguas. Su
tu mente y su luz son ambiguas como mi voz. Lo que para ti es un don, para mí una misión fija. Mis versos son de ninja, tu poesía pa' fijas que no se fijan, caen más allá del cristal. La matriz hipnotiza, mi energía os hace trizas, yo en mi nave nodriza, comiendo pizza con piña, moldea taroides, vórtices, con mi mente arborescente, junto con isimilos para crear pegasos en ese perro. Cánticos lemurianos me hacen sentir como en mi hogar la noche se avecina y se afilan colmillos de vampiras psíquicas. Frecuencias del malestar las alimentan, nuestro deber es tenerlas raquíticas. Bazofias espaciales enlatada con la función del sol central, causando desinformaciones bíblicas. Todo lo existente es relativo, o al menos la materia que te describo. Soy antipersonas como las minas y mino. La moral del que venga a negar lo que digo con la mira pues tan sombrigo. Si me retiro del partido que sea como Figo, conocidos en me la pela en verdad. Si en mi barrio me conocen más que tú a tu enamorada. No hay payasos, solo en anémonas. Gárgola Andrómeda eres. Conserva tus células primigenias o no podrás volar. El virus se llevó a unos cuantos, pero elevó a más. Elevó el más a la opulencia. Digo, ciencia de vaso y Satanás en el espejo. Jesucristo, la conciencia del plan. La tierra y su paz están vibrando. Los sentimientos son la trampa que están manejando. Los hilos de los cuales tú y tu ego estáis medio colgando. No es que yo sea un superdotado, ni tú un tonto. Solo lo que tú sabes de mierda yo sobre el cosmos. Que lo estudio y profundamente sano me lo tomo. Si no ya hubiera ido a visitar al doctor, porque no soy devoto, mucho menos un santo. Yo jamás voto, pero dale que asalto. Cuando en verdad sé que tendría que sudarme todo la polla, pero pienso que hay que vivir por algo. Que en el letargo cure lo enfermo, sabor amargo, remedio eterno. Me pregunto a toda esa gente que le he hecho y canalizo desde el cielo un verbo así hecho, bro.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Cuerpo queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes de la pena grande. Yo soy tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.